tonight in. I hope everyone had some time to grab a lunch. It was not easy for everyone. We are going to start this afternoon session of new ways of learning and share some best practices across a very diverse, very rich range of experiences. Sorry, Pierre-Jean, for keeping you waiting online. Thank you very much for being on time. We are here with you now, and I'll leave you the floor without further wait.
I'm not hearing you so well, so the time is mine, right?
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I'm sorry for not being...
Sorry, Pierre-Jean, just 2 seconds. We have trouble connecting you. Could you give me the mic back so I can inform him that we can't hear him?
...2 years and this very selective exam, they did join our school. So they are first-year students at our school, but they are third-year students, broadly speaking. And a class of first-year students at the École des Ponts is about 200 students. So this is the broad side. So what is our research program for first-year students at our school? Basically, it's about a research project for which we allocate a lot of time during the second semester, the spring semester. Actually, the students who choose this program do have to spend about 200 hours working on a scientific project, about 8.5 ECTS. 20 hours are spent with a senior researcher, something about 1 to 2 hours per week spending at the lab with him or her. And at the end of the semester, they have to write an article and do a conference type presentation with a fellow student. So they're working by pairs instead of groups, what we are used to at the school of 4 to 6 students. And obviously, this program introduced them with research methodology, bibliography, academic article writing, etc. And what's more is that we are opening them to conferences, seminars at our labs in order for them to get a full view of what research life is all about. So the objectives of the program, I've said a bit about it already, but is obviously to discover what is academic research, to meet and work with researchers, and get to know them better and get to understand what their daily life is all about. In the end, of course, the idea is not only to introduce them to academic research, but also to encourage them to pursue a doctoral degree, what we are giving at the school. What is very important is that our students, our first year students, after 2 years of prep school, are not very autonomous. They are very advanced in mathematics and physics, but they also need to learn some autonomy to be proactive, to get organized, what they might not know very well. So this is something that is very important. And obviously, the elephant in the room is to deepen one's knowledge about scientific field, mostly, I confess, mathematics and physics. And physics, it's also mostly about mechanics. We introduced them the program at the beginning of the year in September, and we interview the students in September and October after they sent an application letter. Obviously, it's very specific program, so not all our students are interested in this program. The first year, 3 years ago, they were only seven. 7 on 200 students. This year they were 21, so our numbers are improving. So we select the students, those that are very motivated and enthusiastic in November. They meet their supervisors and at the end of November or in December. They discuss the research projects, the research topics, and they get to choose their subject before Christmas. And they begin the project at the end of January, after the end of the first semester. They get to work about 15 hours a week during the whole second semester. They get free time in their schedule in order to work specifically on this project. And at the end of the semester, they get to present their work and present their article in early June. I wrote a few subjects we gave them last year. So it's about optimal transport, approximation rate in Wasserstein distance of probability measures on the real line by deterministic empirical measures. So that is a mathematics subject that is obviously very specific, very complex. Can you reshare your screen? You don't see my screen? Okay. It's frozen. Okay.
We see you fine,
I will
but
stop
yeah,
the presentation as it is, and I will try to reshare it. I'm sorry for that. Okay, that might be better, right?
yes. Can you hear us?
Okay, thank you. So those are some subjects. I will not dwell too much into all of those. You get to understand those are very specific subjects in mathematics and physics. And what I can share with you, 3 years is very small, but we do get some results, of course. The first year there were only 6 students. Last year there were 17. This year there are 21. So our numbers are increasing, meaning that the program is being better known, and actually it is becoming a criteria for some of them to choose the school. So that was one of our objectives also. In average, students following this program perform better than the other students. And what we're very proud of is that last year, students did get published in a scientific review, in a peer-reviewed review. This is the publication, two-step diffusion in cellular hygroscopic materials. It was published in a review called Science Advances, which is a very good review. And what is very striking is that the two students were the first the first authors. So this means that they were very good at what they were doing. They were obviously very well supervised. And here, Philippe Rousseau is the last author and did a great job. And those students now in second year are performing very well. So this is also something we're very proud of. So this is what I wanted to share very briefly about our experimentation. And obviously, if you do have questions, I will be happy to try to answer them.
Do you hear me, Pierre-Jean? Could I get the mic, please? Online. Thank you. Pierre-Jean, do you hear me? So if we can't manage to talk with him, at least we should let him know that we're switching to the next presentation and that the Q&As will be taken at the end of the presentations. Can someone write that to him? Thank you. And we'll go with the next presentation then. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Is that okay, the sound? Okay, I hope so. Hello again, my name is Loredana Manasia. I'm a senior lecturer at the University Polytechnica of Bucharest in Romania. And my mission today would be to give you a little bit of our work we have conducted within the ELISA Unfolds project, and to present you, to introduce you a model we are very proud of, and that would be a model to leapfrogging student engagement. But first of all, I would like to give you a little bit of a context regarding the ELISA Unfolds project, because perhaps some of you're not familiarized with this project. So we have the ELISA project, which is dedicated to education. Mainly, we have the ELISA InnoCore project, which is dedicated to research, and we have the sister project, which is called ELISA Unfolds, and it is fully dedicated to foster and boost student engagement, entrepreneurship, and innovation. So our work was done within this project. Well, I hope that you like doors and windows, because we are going to see a lot of them today. So in this, I don't know if this device works. works. Maybe you can help me with the next slide, please. So what are we going to discuss today is the methodology and the framework we have designed, and in the end we'll arrive to see the leapfrogging model. What we aimed and we tried to achieve in this project was to open a window. Well, you can see here many windows on the screen. We tried that because our aim was not only to design this framework and the leapfrogging model, but also to take a very deep look to what are we doing, to what the universities and their teachers and students are already doing in terms of student engagement in entrepreneurship and innovation. And we did that. We collected a number of practices. We take another look at different universities across Europe, and we identified similar practices. And of course, we did what all good researchers do. We read a lot. And the result of this was something that I'm going to introduce you as the student engagement framework. We have here in this framework different types of elements, of components. And we have in the upper part of the framework some ambitions. And those ambitions would be to inspire local entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystems. So we were very interested in engaging local and regional ecosystems. Also, we have, and we had at that point back in time, another ambition to strengthen the cooperation within the EELISA Unfolds ecosystem. And then the third ambition would be to empower people to leapfrog in this endeavor to foster student engagement. And another important element, another essential element we built this framework on was the need to foster entrepreneurship and to foster innovation, and you can see them at the bottom of the presentation. In between, we have the core of our framework, and that would be the three pillars of a new culture of learning: people, places, and partnerships. We want to build our approaches, our new approaches to learning on these three pillars. And of course, across them, there are four clusters of practices. And maybe I should move to the clusters, because they are the very core of the work we conducted. And the clusters are essential because they not only encompass the result of our previous analysis, but also they are meant to guide us throughout the process of student engagement in higher education. The names of the clusters were inspired and guided by the Intercorp framework because, as you may remember, we wanted to design student engagement for entrepreneurship and innovation. And we thought that the framework would be the best choice to guide our work. And the first cluster, I'm having some troubles moving to the next slide. Okay, so here it is. The first cluster, as I said, the name was inspired by the first level of the Intercorp framework, is entitled Ideas and Opportunities-Oriented Practices. The practices we gathered and put under this umbrella were related to fostering ideas, but not only ideas, to develop soft skills: critical thinking, student agency, responsibility, things that we all want from our students and from our graduates. The relationship of this cluster with the three pillars is very, very obvious, and it's mostly oriented towards the cluster entitled people, because it's about people, it's about their soft skills, the skills that are meant to boost their employability. And of course, the impacted learning outcomes relate to spotting opportunities, creativity, approaching learning tasks, but not only real-life situations, in a creative manner, and valuing ideas, ethical and sustainable thinking. And that's the first door we opened. Moving to the next one, because it's kind of a wonderland here with our clusters, we have the second one. It's the resources-oriented practices, where we were able to identify practices, experiences, activities where students were put together to work and address and use resources. And why was that? To develop self-awareness, self-efficacy, motivation, and to gain financial and economic literacy. This cluster is also related to the second pillar, namely people, but not only because it relies also on partnerships, because most of the activities and projects and practices we were able to analyze were developed jointly with business partners, with NGOs, with members of the ecosystems. So that was another good choice we were able to make, and now we can move to the third cluster. It's another window or door open to student engagement, because this cluster is action-oriented practices, and as the name states clearly, it focuses on improving the capacity of students to take increasing responsibility and to actively engage in entrepreneurship and innovation practices. Of course, here what we have is a more transversal approach of the three pillars, because we have people with their competencies, soft skills, but not only soft skills, some specific and technical skills. We have partnerships, because once again, all those practices we analyzed were developed jointly. And reaching our final cluster, the context-driven practices, where we identified a very, very impressive core of innovative pedagogical approaches, focusing on challenge-based learning, focusing on design-based learning, focusing on experiential learning, to put it very simply. And here, as you can see, the impacted learning outcomes are very, very generous in terms of complexity, not only in terms of numbers. And I will mention some of them. Taking the initiative, planning and management, coping with uncertainty, because we thought that this is very relevant for the world we're living in. Working with others, learning through experience, and very, very important, you can see the learning outcomes already identified in the previous clusters. And putting all these clusters together, and with the nature of the activities we had identified within them, we came up with this model. It's a model designed to leapfrog student engagement in entrepreneurship and innovation in higher education. So what's so special about this model? It presents a wide range of conditions that would enable institutions and individuals, namely academics, students, and non-academic staff or other representatives of the ecosystems, to engage in the types of practices we already discussed in order to foster student engagement. And to do that, the conditions we were able to identify and describe in the report are organized in three main paths, if I may call them this way. And those paths would be ecosystem participation, widening ecosystem participation. The second one would be the enrichment of the curriculum, and the third one would be to empower innovative teaching practices. So that would be a continuum, that would be a leapfrog from a current state-of-the-art to a better and hopefully a more in-depth approach to student engagement. So, hoping that I opened some doors and windows today, I thank you for being here and for listening to my presentation. And if you're going to have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them in our Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I will get my presentation and then I will able to start. Is there any remote controller for the presentation? It's not mine, but it will be the next. Yeah, in the middle, yes, that one. Could we have it in presentation mode? Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Máté Zöldi. I'm representative of Technical University of Budapest from Hungary. And maybe you have the opportunity before, and definitely we will have in the future, to hear some presentations about the research-based learning in Hungary in Technical University of Budapest. But I try to have a summary to give an overview how it works. On the first slide, I would give you an overview why I'm here, what I'm doing. I was chosen to participate in the EELISA project. Where I had both industrial and academical background in development, research and innovation. I worked both for automotive industry and petroleum industry several years, and it was a good experience to learn from both industries. As you know, in the automotive industry, there are several parts, and in the end they build together and they have a vehicle and a car. And the petroleum industry is totally controversial. First they buy the crude and they distillate in several, approximately 300 different products, and then they want to sell these 300 products. So the logic how the developing is ongoing is totally different. But it was a good learning for me as well. And after these years I turned back to university, where I had the opportunity to lead a research group on innovative vehicle technologies. So we are dealing with autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles mostly. And what's very important in my life, where I can use the skills what I've learned in both automotive industry development and leading people, is the family, where I have, together with my wife, 5 kids. The agenda of the presentation will be the following. I would like to give a table overview about the main topics, what we have on Technical University of Budapest, and then I would like to dig into some examples, show you them a bit deeper, and at the end I try to conclude. So what are the main parts of the research-based learning at the Technical University of Budapest? You see, we have a curricular part and an extracurricular part. I think it's more or less similar to your universities, your institutes as well. The curricular part, we have semester work, mini project, then thanks for Bologna system, we have bachelor thesis and master thesis separately, and at the highest level we have the PhD. I think it's very similar in most of your cases. In the extracurricular part, we have several opportunities what we offer for the youngsters. We have student research fellowships, we have co-research in department research projects that are mainly external projects, but we try to involve the students there. We have the scientific student work as a very good framework. You had the opportunity to hear about it, and I think and hope that within ELISA it will be extended. We have corporate competitions, student racing teams, then several special competitions, and demonstrator as a special role at the university. If we go a bit deeper, then the first one what I would like to show you is the semester work. The aim of that is involve the students to the basic education and show them some very basics how research looks like. It's a curricular activity, and the form is structured. It has a very structured task generation or project generation part. The projects are more or less very similar in one faculty or in another, and the students has the opportunity to learn how to use standard basic research and innovation tools. It's a good learning process for them to formulate a question, then try to find answers, how to do the first literature review, how to check what others, how the others answered on this topic, and things so on. And then the results are mainly presented within the class, so it's a small circle, not any extra circumstances. The evaluation goes according to the rules of the subject. As an example, I put one of our subjects of seminar work, but all the faculties, we have 8 different faculties at the university, has same or very similar approaches. The outcome is very important. The student will have some relation to the research and innovation. They have a small experience on it, and hopefully he or she can decide to be involved a bit more and open some doors or windows. Another thing what we like at the university and use very broadly is the scientific student work and conference. It's not only typical for the Technical University of Budapest, it's typical in Hungary, in most, or I can say I think in all of the universities. It's an available form. The aim of that is definitely to involve students into the research. It can be based on 2 things. It can, in one very usual way, that the department offers topics for the students, and the students can join, can find a professor who offered the topic, and then they start to work together. Or another opportunity, if the student has an own idea, and then he should find a professor for that, and then they can build up the framework within this research can happen. The framework of the scientific student work is definitely extracurricular, so it's some extra load for the students, and in several cases there is some financial background behind it. In most of the cases it's financed by projects or some special grants. The form yeah, there should happen some scientific work. At the level of that, it can be very, very different in different scientific domains. But at the end, the result should be summarized in a scientific report. It's approximately 15, 20 pages at least. And then afterwards, there is a conference where the results should be presented, like a normal scientific conference. But these conferences are held by the faculties, and in one session there is approximately 6-8 presentations. The evaluation based on the both products, so both the report and the presentation is evaluated, and altogether results gives who received the first place, the second and the third one. And there are several special grants from the BMF, from the university itself, and in several cases partner companies offers special grants as well. And in every year, the rector of the university gives one special prize for one scientific result. The outcome, the usual outcome of this work is a scientific paper. For sure, it's not for the Nature, but in several other journals it can be presented. There are some conferences where it's usual that the first and the second evaluated colleagues can go further develop the result and then present their work there and write a 5-6 pages scientific paper on that. For sure, it's an advantage if anybody would like to participate in the PhD later, and it's a huge advantage in the case of special grants as well. If we would like to check a bit what's behind at the BM in the last decade, then we can see that here from the last 10 years approximately, the yearly number of the TDKs, the Hungarian abbreviation of this scientific student work, was approximately around 600. There was a peak, and in the last years it's more or less same. For sure, we have to count that in the last 2 years we have the COVID, what was made the situation as well in Hungary not too easy. If we check the statistics on TDK by faculties, then you can see that there are faculties what have very huge number, some others smaller number of TDKs, but more or less, I think beside of the mechanical engineering, while it has much higher number as it size on the university, it approximately follows the sizes of the different faculties, the number of the TDK reports. The demonstrator role is a very important role for the departments. It's somehow a combination of research work and teaching activity, or somehow participation in the education. It's an extra curricular as well, and usually the departments try to find behind some source and finance the students who participate in it. There is a scientific work part, but normally in most of the cases it's carried out within a project, and the results should be summarized as the project requests it. And the participations teaching activity is usually in that way that most of the demonstrators are in the master, and they help in the teaching activity for the bachelors, for example in lab supervising and things like that. The evaluation, it's very similar as in the industry. The scientific part and the teaching evaluation is according to the internal laws or rules of the department. It's an advantage in the PhD selection as well, and in the case of special grants, it's also a good background if anybody has something like that. In the last two options, what I would like to show you very shortly are the student competitions. One are the Formula student-like races where different teams stand together and try to solve an external task. Fundraising in most of the cases is a task of the students, so to find the budget behind the work. The form is that there should be not only a scientific work but a real result should be produced, and this product is matched at the end with the other competitors. And it's very important that a very detailed documentation is requested. The evaluation is according to the rules of the race, and it's evaluated by experts as well. The outcome is a real work experience, very strong project work background. It's a good advantage at PhD selection and the potential basis of bachelor or master thesis or even some PhD work. What we are doing there, we have several teams. Solar boat, we are participating with 2 teams in the snowmobile competition. We have 3 teams in the Formula student race, with one with a traditional engine, another is with electric drivetrain, and the third one is with autonomous vehicles. Then we are participating in the Fuse project, and as well there are several not vehicle related programs as well, like the BME startup program. The corporate competitions are mainly based from one company needs, and they are organized by this company together with the university. University is participating how to design the rules, and in several cases we are participating in the evaluation as well and giving some background for the participating student teams. One example is where we are participating is Craft Like a Bosch. To summary the presentation, the research-based learning is a traditional tool what we are using at the Technical University of Budapest in the several decades. We have several solutions in practice, but we see that a continuous renewal is needed according to the changing industry around us and the changing capabilities of the students. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Yes, that one. Thank you. May I use this? Okay. So thank you for the possibility to be here and to take part in this excellent panel. I will speak about the Hungarian Startup University program. In short terms, about the program itself. As a second part of my presentation, I will focus on the innovative courses at the BME. And in the final part of my presentation, I will concentrate on the challenges and experiences and the prospects of the program. So, today, I will talk about a unique project which is not a traditional university course on innovation, but much more than that. It's a complex state-funded and state-coordinated program that tries to increase student innovation activities at the national level in Hungary. The project is based on the results of a study that the vast majority of university students in Hungary envisage their lives as employees, and only a very small proportion plans to start their own business. As far as I know, it's an international trend, but it's obvious that this phenomenon is a very difficult situation and could have a negative impact on the performance of the economy in the midterm. This is particularly important if we consider that 99% of enterprises in Hungary are small and medium-sized enterprises, and that micro-enterprises are the largest part of them. In other words, a significant proportion of economic actors typically run their own business. Furthermore, university students are the ones who typically acquire the strongest skills needed to set up an innovative business. If, on the other hand, their entrepreneurial drive is low, this has a negative impact on the presence of innovation on the market. As a last introductory remark, I would also like to say that investors in Hungary have also realized recently that universities are the warmest incubators of innovation. There is a much higher concentration of innovative thinking at universities than anywhere else. Therefore, it's worthwhile for investors to help to build innovation ecosystems at universities and help innovative ideas to surface. An effective university innovation ecosystem can best serve to bring innovators and investors together quickly. The Hungarian Startup University Program is a joint project of the National Research, Development and Innovation Office, the Hungarian universities, and the universities offering Hungarian education across the borders. The project is funded and organized at national level by the office, but the program is also implemented organically in universities in the form of courses and other programs. In this 2-semester-long program, the students gain theoretical innovation knowledge, implement their creative ideas with a team of their choice. Furthermore, they receive a substantial scholarship, 1,500 euros per semester. Thus, the program is much more than a simple innovation course at the university, as the knowledge achieved in theory can be applied in practice directly. The program goes beyond the level of seminars, as the project teams can also involve lecturers, shortlisted practitioners, and invited mentors. And at the end of the program, the teams can even pitch their project. Essentially, the students can create their own innovative business in a perfectly safe environment. They don't have to risk their own money, as the program will provide them with the necessary grant to make it happen. They can keep their ideas, as they can work on it all the time. They don't need to buy professional advice from the market, as mentors and trainers of the program provide it. So they can create a real business in a safe environment. BME has a tradition of teaching theory of innovation. The university has provided and continues to offer various innovation courses to students, as Professor Zöldi mentioned. It's important to mention that the MBA courses on innovation go beyond traditional course frameworks. These courses also mix theory and practice, so students can work on their ideas, but there is no direct funding, and external mentoring is accidental. Or we have to mention the famous Danube Cup competition series, which allows students to acquire or get feedback on their innovative ideas in an international environment. The competition went international this year, but there is no direct educational component in it. It focuses solely on competing innovative ideas. While it may seem that the programs offer students independent path, it's crucial to point out that the number of innovative students is unfortunately not yet large enough to work with completely different groups in the frames of these courses. However, this is not necessarily a disadvantage, as innovative ideas often require as many feedbacks as possible, as early as possible. So ultimately, students can even test their ideas in many programs. In the framework of the Hungarian Startup University program, the students learn the course material on an online platform without any personal interaction. This is a very important element of the program. It's adapted to the students' needs. Online availability is one of the main advantages, which attracted similar number of students during the pandemic as the most successful traditional courses. In the post-pandemic period present, we face new challenges. It's a challenge to involve students to personally attend the events. At the end of the first semester, the students submit a one-pager of their idea as a report based on what they learned during the semester and how can they implement their knowledge. These one-pagers are then ranked by a jury of university experts. Thus, last year, a language learning application, a smart pen, a drone sightseeing service, a digitized receipt, an intelligent goods tracking solution received support. The support included that scholarship of 25 students, and 5 more students from other universities joined our teams. In the current academic year, we provide scholarship to 44 students and support 6 selected projects to be implemented. The amount of the scholarship has remained unaffected, as I mentioned earlier. In this year, selected projects include an autonomous pipeline monitoring robot, a carbon neutralization application, an NFT gallery, a 3D mounting rail, a parking space finder sensor, a sports broadcast changing application, and a culture funding platform. The second semester, it's all about teamwork. Project owner students have to organize teams around shortlisted projects with which they have to proceed as far as possible in the available time frame. The Hungarian Startup University program is perfectly embedded in the modern university approach. Students are prepared for the future to work in organizations and teams. Although a company may not be founded with their college roommates or university group mates, it can't be excluded, of course. With the help of a matchmaking event, the students get to know each other and start working with each other. Last year, we connected BME students from different faculties of our university. Almost every team was filled exclusively with BME students. This helped with the integration of the students from different faculties of the BME. The champions of the faculties didn't operate separately. The official matchmaking has been omitted this year. The team formation has been conducted by the students themselves without any external professional control, but the result was very similar. They mainly stayed inside their comfort zones and didn't reach out for partners from a different university. In the second semester of the program, students will also gain practical knowledge about starting a startup. By the end of the semester, they may even build their startup and even find an investor to support it financially. This is a serious commitment on their part, given that many aspects need to be considered when starting a company, so that it doesn't go bankrupt before passing the valley of death. Given that many businesses fail in the first years because they cannot identify the product market fit or otherwise run their business inefficiently. It's not trivial to help early stage startups, of course. However, students will receive much more help this semester than simple startups on the market. We provide financial, educational, and mentor support so they can really themselves really try themselves and their project in a protected environment. What is the focus of the program in the second semester? On the one hand, the Hungarian Startup University program's mentors help students who are recognized as practical experts in the innovation ecosystem. The mentors dedicated to the teams follow the activities of the given team from the first steps so that they can provide them with helpful advices in terms of a personal composition of the team on the one hand and their professional relations on the other hand. However, BME also helps students implement their projects with consultations from different fields of innovation and a series of exclusive lectures. Then students can consult with innovation experts. Diversity plays a significant role in the effectiveness of innovation activity. It's ensured that the Hungarian Startup University program's own and the BME's mentors support the teams. Of course, the final decisions has to be taken by them. At the end of the second semester, students not only test their practical knowledge, but also the theoretical knowledge they have acquired during the second semester. They take a test again. In the previous academic year, it was the BME and the BME students who achieved the highest scores in this national competition. I'm sure not by chance, but as a result of the work they had to put in. Finally, the leaders of the project selected for implementation at the end of the first semester and the second semester will report on the progress of their project in a so-called progress report, which will show how much progress can be made in a few months in an implementation of the idea. In some projects, demo versions have already been completed. In the meantime, BME students have received a strong incentive to join BME's incubator programs and even to receive investments there. Although the students have not yet completed their students in this semester, there is already a strong interest in the next year program. We hope to continue from September. I'm confident that the BME students will be even more interested in innovation studies, the implementation of innovative ideas, and last but not least, working together with their fellow students. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so I'm Alexandra Bellus from Mine Paris PSL, and with Melania we're going to talk about a small project that we're doing in another network called IDEAL. IDEAL is a small part of the Athens network, and the aim of this the network is to work on transferable skills training for PhD students. Oops. So IDEAL is actually a small networks of institutions around Europe. You have the logos of all the institutions that are involved in the project. And ETU is part of the project, Técnico Lisboa, Politecnica Madrid, Politecnico Milano, and a few institutions in Paris, as you can see, AgroParisTech, Télécom Paris, Mine Paris, Chimie Paris PSL, Arts et Métiers, and ENSTA. This is a project that is being founded by Erasmus+, and that started in 2019. The first task that the network did when we started was to try to foster together common catalogs of the training modules that were already existing within all these institutions. And the idea was to actually make an online catalog that was open to all the PhD students of all the institutions, and all the PhD students from every institution can actually apply to all those courses and attend all those courses. The idea behind this catalog was also to identify if there was any lacks in the PhD students' training, and that came out that the PhD students were not really trained at creative thinking, and none of these institutions were actually offering courses in this kind of fields. So we decided to work on these items and to offer new training for, specifically designed for PhD students in creative thinking. Yeah, what I didn't mention, but the catalog is online and is open to all the PhD students, so they can actually consult the catalog online and see what is the offer on the other institution. So, so far we gave already 2 training sessions for PhD students in creative thinking, tools and techniques for success, and these 2 training sessions were actually designed by ITU, by Sevi Komar, that unfortunately couldn't be here. It would have been great because she would have been the best person to explain the courses, but she was not available today. She did a first session in Springs in 2021, and she had to do it online because of the sanitary crisis. But it was already a good session for the students, and she did the course a second time in February, and this time the course was hosted in Paris, but students came from all the institutions. The idea was behind this course was actually to give an introduction to the students to the creativity process, and to give them tools to explore their own creativity and enhance their creativity potential and abilities, which was not actually available so far in the catalogs of training courses for PhD students. Melania will talk later of the 3rd training session that will take place at the end of June, so I won't comment that training session. And we also offered a co-orientation session for the PhD students that was actually hosted by Mines Paris PSL. And the idea is to actually use the transferability of soft skills in that we know in many areas, but that is also true on choosing a career path. So basically, PhD students work with young doctors that have done already this training before, and they explore their career path with a tutor that is just a young doctor. And the idea behind them is also to create a community that is going to work together at some point. And that was, for us, that was very interesting to open it to the rest of the network and not keep it within Mines Paris, so that the community was an international community instead of just a French-based community. And the last action that we're going to take within this network, because this was only a 3-year project, and the network is the project is actually going to end at the end of 2022, is a MOOC, because of course we've designed training sessions just as I said before, but the idea was also, and it was only for a limited amount of students, because each session hosted about 20 to 35 students. But the idea is to make it possible for more students within the network, and also to have it possible after the end of the project. So the idea was to actually capitalize on all the action that have been done so far within the IDEAL network, and put it in a MOOC that will be open to anyone on the platform. And the MOOC is being designed by Polimi, and it's being done at the moment, so it's not open. And the work is supervised by Nicoletta Trentinaglia at Polimi, and it's just under construction, so I'll show you very quickly how it's going to look like. But we don't have much more so far about the MOOC. That's it. Okay, so I'll leave Melania introduce the third training session that will take place in the end of June.
Okay, thanks. Okay, hi, sorry, I need notes. So Telecom is very proud to present an ideal training session for 36 PhD students from many different European universities with the Ideal Network. The workshop is designed and led, I don't know if this is the right one. Oh, here it is. So it's designed and led by 3 English teachers, Bethany, Kenyol, Sinead Namour, and me, over the course of 1 week. For the program, we decided to focus on and mix core components of Athens Week and also Bethany's popular MOOC, which is called Promoting Your Scientific Results, which is available on Coursera. So this is the name of it. It's called Mediating International and Scientific Communication. It's going to be a very interactive course where learners will have the opportunity to explore various mediation pathways for sharing and relaying their own cultural experiences and scientific knowledge. The first half of the course will cover a range of popular and modern intercultural communication models that will be used to foster collaborative interaction, encourage conceptual dialogue, and facilitate a pluricultural space. In the second half of the course, learners will use these intercultural foundations to gain hands-on experience, showcasing their scientific work to professional peers, the general public, as well as the media. Participants will gain key takeaways for adapting one's language to break down complex information, facilitating communication in delicate situations, mediating Q&A sessions, and adapting their message during media interviews. That's very abstract, so we're going to look at it in a more practical way. Okay, here it is. So here's the concrete planning. For the first 2 days, Bethany is going to share her expertise in intercultural communication. The idea is that she's going to analyze modules, look at different communication styles, high and low context speaking situations, and of course maintaining transparency, especially that's very important in science. She'll also focus on losing face during a speech or during a presentation or anything like that, and conflict management. If you get someone who asks a really nasty question, how do you deal with it? The goal is for students to understand their audience and to address their audience, to keep an open mind, and of course to practice working with others. After, I'll take over and I'll ask the students to research a little bit in the morning to create a 10-minute long presentation about an ethical issue associated with science and technology. For example, who is responsible for accidents involving self-driving cars? The students don't know it yet, but they're going to have to edit their original 10-minute presentation that they'll create and then shorten it to 8 minutes, 6 minutes, and then of course 4 minutes. Hopefully from this experience, they'll learn how to adapt to time constraints and to choose only the most important information while still leaving the heart of their presentation intact. The final 2 days, Sinead is going to help the students feel as comfortable as possible in question and answer settings. How polite, how direct, how formal must the presenter be? How to adapt and stay cool in high pressure situations. And finally, the students' last task is to conduct media interviews in a clear and professional manner. Throughout the week, we hope to assist the PhD students in feeling more confident and sure of themselves and, of course, their research. By learning and practicing communication strategies in a practical setting, we hope that they'll be prepared to mediate their work in the real world. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I want to thank very much all presenters, and I want to invite them on the floor here with me. I want to thank, well, Pierre-Jean, who was with us in the beginning and who hopefully is still with us now, Loredana, Mate, Aniko, Alexandra, and Melania, to join me on the floor, and I'll moderate these Q&A sessions, considering the vast, the diverse scopes and diverse scales of the experiences that were just presented to us. I hope that we'll get very, very interesting questions. So please, who wants to start?
So my question is, first of all, thank you very much for your presentations. And I'm Hamza Salih Erdem from Istanbul Technical University. I have a presentation related to what Lorejan presented, but others may also be interested in answering the question. I'm not very familiar with the Unfolds project, that's why I have this question. You mentioned about the cluster 1, which is primarily interested in training the trainers and staffs for the education, I guess. So, and you have the other clusters as well that are as important as the cluster 1. Do you have a vision of having a common strategy or a vision among the partners for the training of the faculty who have already passed this stages of PhD where the soft skills are now being introduced in the education? So have we lost all this crowd, or do we have still a chance of improving our skills after we get the PhD as part of this ELISA and Unfolds projects and all the partners that we are together? So maybe you can comment on a potential role of centers of higher education or center of excellences who may be involved in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. It's a very interesting one, and of course gives us the opportunity to detail a little bit more on the work that we have already conducted. Well, I would like to say that the cluster, also the first cluster, which is primarily oriented towards developing soft skills, it's not only dedicated to Unfolds project, focuses on institutions from the perspective of units and bodies involved in the students' engagement activities, but also it focuses on students. So we have always in mind the both paths. And institutions, and also, as you were able to see there, the ecosystem. So if we try to bring these three elements together, higher education institutions, ecosystems, and students, well, students are of course part of the ecosystems and of the institutions, but we need to put the focus on them, just to give them agency and to do have a vision, or we do have some steps ahead, and I will mention some of them. It's something that we saw in our examples of learning of practices that we analyzed, and it's the alumni communities. They are not only for students, but they are also for academics and non-academic staff. Why is that? Because they are, or they have the ability to ignite discussions with the ecosystems, with the business companies, with all those that are outside our universities, but represent our employers, represent our partners. And the alumni community is a way to engage both students and teachers in this learning exercise. Secondly, we've done another great work, I would call it, in Unfolds, consisting of mapping the partnerships among the partners. And we saw that the ecosystems acted very, very strongly in the direction of giving the opportunities and the engagement opportunities, to be more precise, to build those mutual learning experiences. And this would be a personal conclusion. We want to focus on very intensive, small training activities. We are going to call them mutual learning exercises, where academics and non-academics exchange knowledge, exchange skills, and learn together. But it's learning by doing. That's our approach. If on the side of the students, it's more a challenge-based learning and research-based learning, because those two were the directions identified in the practices analyzed. The learning by doing approach and this professional learning, if we call it this way, would be our approach. And the vision is to bring people together to share experience, share knowledge. And I think what we have done today and yesterday is something that not only boosts our relationships and our knowledge about Turkey or Spain or other country in the partnership, but also boost our skills. I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Any other question?
Yes, me. Hi, so my name is Charlotte Hubert, I'm from ENPC, and I have a question for IDOL project. So I think this project is very amazing and it's a very meaningful project, and if I well understand, you share PhD courses, existing PhD courses, and you create new one, and so I think it's something that could be good and could be replicated maybe in ELISA. So can you tell us what kind of difficulties you face too, and if your PhD students think it's a good experience for them? That's my question. Difficulties and advantages.
I'm sorry, I can't respond to that because our program starts at the end of June. We haven't done it yet. But the other ones, I'll defer to Alexandra.
So far, there is only a very small amount of students who follow this training, unfortunately. I mean, because every time it's 20 to 25 students. And we've had also lots of difficulties because of the sanitary crisis. Actually, this was not meant to be online courses, but we had to for the first training session. But the students who had the opportunity to take part of those courses are really enthusiastic about it, and we have, I mean, really good feedbacks from them. For the co-orientation session as well, this is something that we do on a more everyday basis at Mines Paris Tech and at Mines Paris PSL, and this works very well. Actually, we have really good feedbacks from the students, and the students who actually do the training are very wishing to train new PhD students once they're doctors themselves, and then when they can transfer their skills and help some other students. So the community is building slowly, and we could probably host more students and probably offer it to more students. The thing is, we have to find tutors and students, doctors that are available to participate to the experience afterwards. And we have to have PhD students that are comfortable enough in English as well, so that they can do it with a non-French speaking student.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alexandra, you just mentioned
small numbers, and something that was of interest for me across all your presentations about, well, on the field experiments, were the very diverse numbers of students involved in each of the experiments. We have massive programs and then small-scale programs. I was wondering whether your institutions were asking you to account for the unit cost of these programs, and what were your performance indicators when dialoguing with the funding institutions or stuff like that? Because I feel like we have in front of us very diverse, very different types of financial means, resources. So it could be for any one of you, actually.
Add one thing to the MOOC will be open to anyone. So even ELISA students could take the MOOC. It's going to be completely open access. The Hungarian Startup University program is a general and national program with 20,000 students together, and the BME, we finance 100 students, and I don't believe that it would be much bigger, because it's a very difficult task to find the innovative students, and the finance comes from the government, so it's an easy task for us to find the support.
Do they ask you to report on the number of startups created or number of, I don't know?
I think the main goal is not to create startups, but to teach the students how to create startups.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I'm going to check whether we have online questions. Otherwise, I think we've spent our 10 minutes for Q&As. There are no online questions on YouTube, so if everyone is okay with that, thank you very much again to our presenters, and we'll meet you in 15 minutes for the next session. Thank you.
Dear Laura, by the time you read this, it will be the year 2030. A year in which all people have equal opportunities, access to food, clean water and energy. We are all healthy, and thousands of species on our planet are saved from extinction. That is what some grown-ups say. But today, almost 10 years apart, I wonder how we can accomplish that. My mom says there is a good chance to make it happen if we all learn how to take the green path to a more sustainable way of living. If we embrace the know-how of experts, students, teachers, and society, and we connect it to real people's needs. If we mix disciplines, people, and ideas. We design technology and combine resources to solve challenges with love and creativity. If people go beyond borders to learn and work in cooperation with others, celebrating diversity and inclusiveness. My mom is a scientist and says
all these transformations have started, and I want to be part of it. That is why I will study to become an engineer in 2030. An EELISA engineer.
Herkese selam, ben Sema Nur Arpacı.
Ben de Asya Coşkun.
Okulumuzun yolda EELISA konsorsiyumu projesiyle Avrupa Parlamentosu'na gitmek üzere havalimanına geldik. Uçağımız 2 saat içerisinde kalkıyor ama biz çoktan bütün valizlerimizi, bütün belgelerimizi halledip bekliyoruz.
2 gün sürecek bu etkinlikte parlamentoda European Student Assembly ile beraber Avrupa Birliği'nin birkaç politikasını tartışacağız. Bize şans dileyin.
Dear Laura, by the time you read this, it will be the year 2030. A year in which all people have equal opportunities, access to food, clean water and energy. We are all healthy and thousands of species on our planet are saved from extinction. That is what some grown-ups say. But today, almost 10 years apart, I wonder how we can accomplish that. My mom says there is a good chance to make it happen. If we all learn how to take the green path to a more sustainable way of living. If we embrace the know-how of experts, students, teachers, and society, and we connect it to real people's needs. If we mix disciplines, people, and ideas, we design technology and combine resources to solve challenges with love and creativity. If people go beyond borders to learn and work in cooperation with others, celebrating diversity and inclusiveness. My mom is a scientist and says
all these transformations have started, and I want to be part of it. That is why I will study to become an engineer in 2030. An EELISA engineer.
Herkese selam, ben Sema Nur Arpacı.
Ben de Asya Coşkun.
Okulumuzun yolda EELISA konsorsiyumun projesiyle Avrupa Parlamentosu'na gitmek üzere havalimanına geldik. Uçağımız 2 saat içerisinde kalkıyor ama biz çoktan bütün valizlerimizi, bütün belgelerimizi halledip bekliyoruz.
2 gün sürecek bu etkinlikte parlamentoda European Student Assembly ile beraber Avrupa Birliği'nin birkaç politikasını tartışacağız. Bize şans dileyin.
Dear Laura, by the time you read this, it will be the year 2030. A year in which all people have equal opportunities, access to food, clean water and energy. We are all healthy and thousands of species on our planet are saved from extinction. That is what some grown-ups say. But today, almost 10 years apart, I wonder how we can accomplish that. My mom says there is a good chance to make it happen. If we all learn how to take the green path to a more sustainable way of living. If we embrace the know-how of experts, students, teachers, and society, and we connect it to real people's needs. If we mix disciplines, people, and ideas, we design technology and combine resources to solve challenges with love and creativity. If people go beyond borders to learn and work in cooperation with others, celebrating diversity and inclusiveness. My mom is a scientist and says
all these transformations have started, and I want to be part of it. That is why I will study to become an engineer in 2030. An EELISA engineer.
Herkese selam, ben Sema Nur Arpacı.
Ben de Asya Coşkun.
Okulumuzun yolda EELISA konsorsiyumun projesiyle Avrupa Parlamentosu'na gitmek üzere havalimanına geldik. Uçağımız 2 saat içerisinde kalkıyor ama biz çoktan bütün valizlerimizi, bütün belgelerimizi halledip bekliyoruz.
2 gün sürecek bu etkinlikte parlamentoda European Student Assembly ile beraber Avrupa Birliği'nin birkaç politikasını tartışacağız. Bize şans dileyin.
Dear Laura, by the time you read this, it will be the year 2030. A year in which all people have equal opportunities, access to food, clean water and energy. We are all healthy and thousands of species on our planet are saved from extinction. That is what some grown-ups say. But today, almost 10 years apart, I wonder how we can accomplish that. My mom says there is a good chance to make it happen. If we all learn how to take the green path to a more sustainable way of living. If we embrace the know-how of experts, students, teachers, and society, and we connect it to real people's needs. If we mix disciplines, people, and ideas, we design technology and combine resources to solve challenges with love and creativity. If people go beyond borders to learn and work in cooperation with others, celebrating diversity and inclusiveness. My mom is a scientist and says
all these transformations have started, and I want to be part of it. That is why I will study to become an engineer in 2030. An EELISA engineer.
Herkese selam, ben Sema Nur Arpacı.
Ben de Asya Coşkun.
Okulumuzun EELISA EELISA konsorsiyum projesiyle Avrupa Parlamentosu'na...
The next session on new ways of learning. And our first speaker in today's session would be from Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna, and I think he will join us from Zoom. Do we have the connection? Everything is fine with the connection?
Hello?
Hello.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear
Oh,
us?
yes, very much.
Okay.
I'm very well.
With us, and I leave the floor to you, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Loredana, and I'm really sorry. And first of all, I apologize with you of not being capable of to be there. Unfortunately, we had the review meeting of a European project yesterday, so I could not leave Pisa. So let me try to share my presentation. I'll try to stay on time. Okay, I think you are able to see my presentation. And so I will give you a short overview of the research-based learning in telecommunications. I'm Luca Valcarenghi. I belong to the Telecommunications, Computer Engineering and Photonic Institute of the Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank Keith and all the organizer for this chance. And you can see here the outline and the summary of my talk. So I will highlight which is our research-based learning approach. and then give you some examples of the methodologies and then draw the conclusions. I had for a long time very, let's say, blurry idea of what was research-based learning. But at a certain point, I encountered this website from Carnegie Mellon University, and I think I found myself very much in line with these principles. So so I would like to present them to you and then see how we apply them. So first of all, students' prior knowledge can help or hinder learning. So we can leverage students' prior knowledge, but sometimes maybe for students that come from different backgrounds, it could be difficult to put all of them in at the same line, so at the same level. So this is an important process that we need to make a lot of attention to. Then how students organize knowledge influences how they learn and apply what they know. So this is a second important point. The third important point, and students' motivation determines, directs, and sustains what they do to learn. So we need to motivate students to keep learning. And then to develop mastery, students must acquire component skills, practice integrating them, and know when to apply what they have learned. So it is really important to go from theory to practice, in our opinion, especially in our engineering studies. Then the student's current level of development interacts with the social, emotional, and intellectual climate of the course to impact learning. So this is a very key point in which students must be involved in what they learn. And then last but not least, to become self-directed learners, students must learn to monitor and adjust their approaches to learning. So they must slowly learn how to be able to correct themselves in what they do and to acquire a method. So what do we do at TECIP Institute of the Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna to apply this set of principles? Well, obviously we have traditional teaching. So for example, we offer a PhD together with another institute of the Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna that is entitled PhD in Emerging Digital Technologies. So in this course, we have 3 curricula. One is photonic networks, the other one is embedded system, and the other one is perceptual robotics. So this is mainly traditional learning based on courses and front teaching. We have also other programs that are in line with this approach, and we're trying to open our audience to international students with the PIXNet that has been an initiative that is now ending within the Erasmus Mundus Association. So this is the first step, the first element, let's say. But then we welcome students to the lab. So what you can see here, this is our, at the top floor, there are offices by Ericsson Research Italy. And then we will see in a next slide what happens also with industry. But as you can see, we welcome students to the lab. And so we teach in front of the devices that we build. We teach in front of the equipments that we use. You see here optical add and drop multiplexer. We teach students how to work with instrument in instrumentation. Then we also teach students how to access a clean room, because besides this building, we have a clean room where students can access, obviously in a controlled manner, but they can do some experiment and learn by working on these tools and devices. Then, which is our second step? Our second step is to involve the students in the projects. So involve the students in activities of projects that we currently have. This is a simple list of projects. We go from Horizon 2020 project, from projects sponsored by the European Space Agency, or also regional projects. We are in Tuscany, so Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna has got many projects sponsored by Regione Toscana and also by the Italian Space Agency. This is a list, a simple list, just a sample of the projects. So we involve students in the project activities. So in this way, they can do the further step, going from learning to research. And then we collaborate with industries. As I told you, we have Ericsson that is just above us, so above our offices. So we have a long-lasting relationship with Ericsson, and we have many collaboration with industries that sponsor also PhD scholarships for our students on specific topics. And then last but not least, we involve students in communication activities. How? For example, in Pisa, there is a very famous event that is called the Internet Festival. It's very famous in Italy. So people from all the country come to see what is happening. And you see that here, besides myself, there are students that are involved in showing to the community, so not to researchers, but to the whole community, what we do in research. And we are also involved in the Bright Researcher Night that, as you might know, is a European-wide event. So just to go to my conclusions, we can say that our approach is twofold. The first part is dedicated to traditional teaching, because we believe that research-based learning must be grounded on solid theoretical basis. But we try to leverage means for implementing research-based learning that are based on welcoming students to the labs, involving students in research projects, collaborating with industry, and involving students in communication activities. And of course, involving them in ELISA. So this is my conclusion. Thank you very much for your attention, and then I will be available at the end of the session for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you for your presentation, and we would like to have you again with us for the Q&A session. And now I'd like to invite our next speaker, which is Virginie. Please, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Loredana. Thank you all for being here. I hope I have my presentation. Let me introduce myself in the meantime. I used to be a civil aviation engineer, and I turned to research and to urban mobility along with the way. I have a PhD in transportation economics, and I'm a researcher now, a researcher at École des Ponts Paris-Tech in the City Mobility Transport Lab. My research deals with mobility innovations and their diffusion in a wide set of contexts around the world. So, this is the title of my presentation. I'm going to discuss today the Worldwide Observatory of Shared Mobility Digital Platforms and how it has become a tool not only for research, but for learning by research, research-based learning. I feel like it is my responsibility to give you some context about mobility, and in the subtitle I mentioned mobility transition. What you must realize about mobility is that the whole mobility sector, but also researchers in the field of mobility, are faced with unprecedented challenges and unprecedented changes in their system, in the system they work on, they study, which takes some of some forms that I'm going to discuss later. So when we say transition, I just want to stop a few minutes on that word. When we use it when talking about the demographic transition or when talking about the energy transition, what there is behind the word transition is both evolutions in quantity, in volumes, and in quality, in the nature of what's happening in a particular field. So quantity and quality, let's see why mobility should transition. So when we think mobility nowadays, especially we think high cost of fuel, we think congestion, we think local air pollution, we think problems in funding massive infrastructure. Well, you must bear in mind that indeed mobility is facing unprecedented challenges. It is based for more than 90% of their needs on fuel products only. And besides, it weighs very high in the world's total emissions. And if you look at CO2 emissions only, transportation is the cause of 25%, 1/4 of global emissions. That is the context of unsustainable impacts mobility currently has. And then also, we are under this particular pressure in a context of unprecedented changes. What we hear when we talk about mobility transition, we hear about new energies, indeed. We hear about new vehicles. We hear about increased connectivity of said vehicles and infrastructure. And we hear about new services. Truth is, and I want to insist on that, transitions in mobility are about all these: planning, funding, governance, organization, behavior matters as much and maybe even more so than they are about vehicles, infrastructures, services, etc. So yes, we want our engineers to be able to act on vehicles, infrastructure, energy, operations, services, but we want them to be able to do it in a very complex system and use a systems approach to be able to make their positive contribution to the field of mobility. So I'm going to focus today on the topic of services, but what I want you to bear in mind is that when doing research on mobility, this is what we have to deal with. One sign that things are indeed changing in mobility services is that the names, the words we used to describe mobility services are becoming ever more diverse, more different from one place to the other. Mobility used to be quite simple, actually. You had your private car or private bike, you had mass public transit, some things in between, but very little, usually in Western countries. And then happened a diversification of mobility services, and actually with the introduction of smartphones in 2008 to 2010, an increasing diversification in mobility services with names that can be all over the place, from e-hailing, ride sourcing, car sharing, carpooling, etc. So this is one of the signs that something is changing. What you have in between the private car, private bike, and mass public transit is usually what we call shared mobility. It's a very broad term, something that is increasingly documented by the academic literature, but as you will see, not necessarily fairly documented by academic literature. So I'm going to discuss today, sorry, I have trouble with my pointer. Can I go back one slide? You will see something that is needed is long-term or at least sustainable financial support. We got this through our long-term cooperation that we had with the Renault Group through the Sustainable Mobility Institute. We started cooperating with them on electric mobility diffusion in 2009, and we started working with them on shared mobility services in 2017. So the initial development of the Worldwide Observatory of Shared Mobility digital platform, please allow me to call it WASP from now, started in 2018 actually, and was later developed in an annual census that we make of shared mobility platforms. And as you can see, something very interesting about digital transformation of mobility services is that it is almost exponential, and we expect it to be for quite some time now. So from 150 platforms the first year of census, we developed we counted 400 platforms just last year, and there is an ongoing census now, and I think of all my fellow researchers working on it right now. So what is at stake when discussing these shared mobility platforms? First, we are challenging some of the taxonomies of the words used by the academic literature. So we had to define what was our view of shared mobility, what was our view of shared mobility digital platforms. We had to go against taxonomies, well-established taxonomies elaborated by the US in particular, who had forgotten that in emerging countries, in cities of the global south, there were specific types of mobility services that they didn't know of, but that could account as shared mobility. For instance, motorcycle taxi services were nowhere in the taxonomies so far, but also these shuttle-like services, these what they call alternative transportation services, so shared taxis, minibus taxis, were nowhere in the US classification of services. So that was one of our targets, discussing existing classification. For your information, when we started this observatory, we counted 700 academic papers talking about Uber. 3 other platforms were mentioned about 50 times, and the others were mentioned once or twice in all academic literature doing a systematic approach. And there were already 150 platforms at the time. The rest of the academic interest of this observatory is the wealth of research questions that can be documented, answered, explored using this observatory. One of which, it was the initial one, was to assess the worldwide competition between these huge international players like Uber and the more local ones. But another one could be discussing the regulation of these services or discussing labor relations in the framework of these services. And you'll see that indeed the observatory is used for all said purposes. So, to give you a quick sight of the results, we documented, that is 2020, we documented 200-something platforms in 800 metropolitan areas, including more than 500 in the global south only. So it is indeed a global phenomenon, and actually innovation is happening even more intensively in countries of the global south. The types of services, even though the academic literature only documented for-hire services, the type of services is actually very diverse, and these alternative transportation services are on the rise, so minibus taxi services, shared taxi services, etc. So now, to what extent this WASP is a learning tool, and I only realized it quite recently, sorry for being slow. So this tool is a collaborative learning platform. You can see the composition of the team that has worked on the WASP over years. We started 2 persons, me and 1 student, an intern, L3 level, and then we went to 3. So one research assistant and an M1 student. And then we grew to 4, 5, 6. What you must know is that all these people come from actually very different backgrounds, now very different origins. There are people not only in the field of engineering here, only half of them, but also in economics and geography in particular. So they learn to work together. There is a growing coordination know-how that has been developed in the skill. As you can see also, individual paths are very diverse, not only because they come from different backgrounds, but because they endorse increasing roles, coordination roles, for instance, as far as data collection is concerned, but we'll see later that they also slowly reach the stage where they are able to write a paper, present a communication, etc. So small size, but already quite tough to manage when dealing with such diversity of people. When we talk to interns or prospect interns, we say, let's come and see what data collection is in research. Let's see what you can contribute to a tool that is under development. So that's what they come for. And usually we say, if you're interested, you're going to be able not only to be part of the data collection effort, but also of the processing of these data, of the analysis of the data, and of the collective synthesis of the insights we can gather from the data. What actually happens on the ground is that they are also, and from the start of their internship, involved in designing and adapting the methodology, and I'll make a focus on that later. And they are involved on, well, thinking about different concepts, new concepts, more useful concepts, and formulating their own research questions. What they also do after a few years, and you saw on the previous slides that a few of them have come back after their first initiation in the project, is that some of them become able to coordinate the data collection effort, for instance. Some of them even become able to supervise interns when they become research assistants. And finally, indeed, many of them become able to communicate either through oral presentation or written papers on their research. I want here to make a focus on two different topics. The first one is methodology. So this is a living methodology because we didn't know what we were going to find when developing the tool, and we actually had to adapt not only to the growth in the number of platforms, but to our better and better understanding of what was happening. So you see an evolution in methodology that was indeed the result of collective decisions only under my academic supervision for sure. I'm the guardian of consistency over time and academic soundness. But all of these were collective decisions. And the other focus I wanted to make is on the outputs. And you will see that not only do individuals become co-authors, then presenters, then first authors of their publications, but also in the types of focuses of these publications, you will see that starting from competition between international platforms and local platforms, some of them went to digital platforms for women's mobility, other went for digital platforms on the African continent, and others are working now on labor relations changes as part of this development of digital platforms. So we are very happy that the adventure can continue. We will have our first international English-speaking student, which is a challenge for us because we need to adapt all our methodological guides in 2023 through an Erasmus Plus internship. There are several questions that are asked, but for sure what we know is that we will explore new research questions and we will train more future researchers or future decision makers altogether in this mobility transition era that is of the greatest importance. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginie, and I would like to invite our next speaker, Elif. Please come and give your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, hi. Mikrofonunu. Hop. Duyabiliyor musunuz? Tamam. Hi. My name is Elif Küçüksayraç. I'm an assistant professor at Department of Industrial Design. The title of my presentation is Research-Based Learning for Sustainability in Industrial Design Education, Cases of Different Course Structures. So I will talk about mainly 3 courses that I offer. The first one is the Design Studio course. It's a very important course that is taught each semester by all the professors at the department. It's 8 hours per week and it's compulsory. The second one is the main focus of this presentation. It's an undergraduate elective course called Sustainable Product Design. And the last one is the graduate course called Environmental Sustainability and Industrial Design. So to build the background, especially for the engineer guests, design studio courses are the most important part of design education. It's a special type of course and there's a huge literature about it. But shortly, the curriculum of design education is studied under 4 categories. The first one is fundamental courses that develop the design formation. The second one is technology-based courses that provide the scientific formation of design. The third one is the artistic courses that strengthen the base of design and expression. And design studio courses, finally, are a synthesis of these 3. In design studio courses, students both learn to design and they try to reveal knowledge about concepts or situations through designing. The pedagogical approach in design studio courses is usually project-based learning, where the students undertake a task from inception to completion within constraints of time, cost, and resources. Coming to the research-based learning, I find this figure very helpful to differentiate between different types of research-based learning. On the left-hand side, you see the emphasis is on research content. On the right-hand side, the emphasis is on research processes and problems. And the upper part is about engaging the students more into the research. So we have research-led learning, which is learning about current research in the discipline. Research-oriented learning is developing research and inquiry skills and techniques. And we have specific courses in our undergraduate and graduate studies about this. So when students come to my courses, I expect them to have the knowledge, the basis for research. And then there's research-based learning, which is undertaking research and inquiry. And lastly, research-tutored learning is engaging in research discussions. So the first course is the Industrial Design Studio course, and as an example, I will shortly show you some projects from last year's spring semester. So at Industrial Design Department, we usually carry out 2 projects each semester with the students. So each project lasts for 7 weeks. That semester, the first project subject was designing a portable Bluetooth speaker. The students had to build a working prototype and differentiate their product from the very good examples at the market. So the main focus was on learning how to design. But the second project was more abstract. It was, the theme was designing for water management at home. So we didn't name the product itself, but the students had to define first the problem and then propose a product to solve it. The process was basically introduction, problem and context definition, user and market research, concept development, design refinement, and final submission. So you can see here that research constitutes an important part in design studio courses. After the students define the problem and context, they carry out their own research. So they engage in research activities before starting to design products. And then this process continues until the submission. So the research doesn't end before that. And the brief was this. So we introduced the subject very shortly, and then we proposed a time plan and submission plan. You cannot see them very clearly, but this is an example project by Alper, our student. He worked on combining several products in the bathroom so that we can reuse water by using sophisticated filtering systems. And this is an example of research process by Müge. She developed some cultural probes to understand users' behavior at home for using, reusing, storing, and managing water. So the second course I want to talk about was the undergraduate elective course, Sustainable Product Design. Before proposing this course, before starting this course, we carried out a research project with my colleague, and we tried to understand and experience how we can integrate sustainability into project-based undergraduate design courses. Like the design course I mentioned before, and we did it in an elective course. We developed a model for sustainable design cycle for undergraduate project-based design courses. And then based on this experience, I developed a plan. So each class, I first introduce a design for sustainability approach to the students, and then I expect them to apply the approach into their previous projects. So the assignments are usually about redesigning previous projects, but they can also propose new design ideas and develop them further within the time limit. So they have to submit all these assignments at the end of the semester in a sketchbook. They select one of these assignments and develop it further for submission. And as projects, they submit one product design and one product service system design. So these projects are sometimes a set, So they, the product belongs to the product service system design, but they can also be separate projects. So this redesign issue allows them to make their research more deeper. Because if they focus on designing and if they integrate sustainability into design, the main focus becomes designing. But in this course, I aim that the main focus is sustainability rather than design, so that they can evaluate their previous work and criticize it and improve it, develop it further, or start over, like from the problem. This is a sketchbook example from Dilara Ece, and this is a sketchbook example from Melike Sena. It is too wide, sorry for the view, but this is a product example from Elif. So one more advantage of this course is that we can get rid of the course expectations. Like if we are teaching, we expect students to reach to a level. They sometimes have to design more complicated products than it is required. But in this course, the main aim is sustainability, so that they can design the most simple product to solve the problem. This is an example from Dide. This is a product service system design from Anil. It was a fun project. He designed this bicycle in a previous design studio course, and then he developed a product service system around that bicycle, including its production. And this is an example from Bragg. In product service system design course, they don't have to design a product, but the main focus can also be a service. And lastly, I want to talk about very shortly about the graduate course called Environmental Sustainability and Industrial Design. In this course, I again introduced the design for sustainability approaches very shortly, very condensed, in a condensed way, so that in the same way, and we established the basis. And then this is obviously a research tutored course. The discussion is the most important issue here. So I want the students to be engaged in the discussion. So it can be a challenge because sometimes, I mean, the main aim into they are at the beginning, and if it's not developed yet, it will be a bit challenging. And also the second challenge is that sustainability can be quite boring and depressing sometimes, because there are so many big problems we have to solve. So what I do is I expect them to develop 2 proposals for this course. Them to write a proposal about their practice, because they already have the know-how and they learn about sustainability, and we have the opportunity to create an immediate impact. I think this is very valuable. So they developed 2 proposals, and we discussed which one will be more effective, more fun, which one they can complete. And then they start to work on that project, on that research. And at the same time, I have a paper pool that I want the students to discuss during the classes. And because we do this exercise early in the semester, I learn about their research interests. So I match them with some papers so they can introduce the papers and start the discussion with their peers. Yes, this is my suggestion of for engaging students into discussion. And the next challenge is, of course, to increase the research outcome. So yes, that was my presentation, my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elif. And now I would like to invite Emrah to take the stage and present us something about Learning Station.
Okay, thank you, Loredana. This is indeed one of my presentations in one of the Knowledge Bites meeting of EELISA. This is the shortened version. I'm Emrah Hajar. I am also a member of the Faculty of Architecture. I'm the project coordinator of the EELISA project in ITU, and my hat here is rather related to being the director of the ITU Learning Center. So I'm really very happy to hear so many different perspectives here. I hope we will be able to combine all these different perspectives in the coming weeks and share with all participants of the participants of the symposium. So basically, I just want to summarize quickly a very, very practical tool that we have been using for some time at all levels, not only in university, but also when we work with externals, like when we develop models for the corporate universities. We had some sessions to explain it to high schools, for example, because the tool is basically about arranging the landscape of learning rather than sticking to particular pedagogies or, let's say, some tools which have already been successfully used in the educational era. We are very much interested in the playground of learning. So how does that? But we had some questions in mind just to give some context, perhaps. There are some questions that we are already trying to address in the EELISA project. Some basic concerns, like how can we design a flexible system that recognizes multiple forms of learning, because people prefer to learn in many different ways. So we need plurality in that sense. How can we design an agile and flat administrative system that can respond to more quickly to environmental change? This is more about managing knowledge, let's say, in our institutions. Okay, this one, okay, yeah. And how can we cope with the irrelevancy skills gap problem, which is a major concern for many academic institutions, and how can universities support the lifelong learning efforts of individuals? And another one, how can we build a university system that is embedded in society, which means this is a very general concern at European level. Like, this is about building universities without walls. So we need tools for that, because we have been using some well-established tools, but our argument or our conclusion, let's say, in the Learning Center a couple of years ago was that we need to develop some new tools, even if some traditional ones work very well in their own settings. So, okay, I will skip some parts just to save time, but we will share these presentations with you. So I may turn back to this, but we are at the same time, it's about talent. I was talking to my colleagues after the coffee break. So all these approaches are meaningful only when we access talents. We have to access the talents of young people so that we can benefit from them. We can incorporate them. We can engage with them more successfully. We can incorporate them into ongoing projects. Okay, we can discuss with them how their projects or ideas can really make a real impact on, let's say, different challenges and so on. But first of all, we have to develop a kind of human resources analytics system so that we should be able to see the talents within our ecosystem. So that was one of the, immediate questions or concerns for us. This is why we start to develop a database like this, which allows us, I don't have time, so I could show it online, the beta version, but basically the idea is to gather keywords from all members of the ecosystem, which includes students, academics, members of the alumni network, and also externals, which we call ITU friends. The system is simple. We gather keywords for both the demand and supply side. It's a kind of, I remember a sticky note from yesterday's InnoCore Unfold discussion. One of the participants of the meetings suggested developing a Tinder-like structure for academia. That was one of the notes. Indeed, this is a kind of, let's say, Tinder for academia. This is where people, the members of the ecosystem, can change knowledge, experience, and skills. They volunteer to change these. That's the idea. So what does that mean? We can easily, okay, invite these people to take role in the ongoing projects. So we are working on, we'll be working on the second version of this. We are working on the specs. So when you have something like that, when you access the talents of these people, so you can use it in two different ways. One of them is we make a distinction between volume business and value business. Volume business means you can invite these people, okay, to ongoing activities of different types, research, teaching, whatever, like inviting to seminars, etc. But we were very much interested in the value business part, which means how can we create some, very focused, high value adding, let's say, activities. How can we create impact? That was the real concern for us. So, okay, I will not repeat those, but basically all these should be based on the principles of active learning. There are many definitions, there are many different pedagogical approaches, but in the main, active learning is delegating the responsibility of learning to learners. I mean, you may use different ways. Sometimes they are simple as engaging with students in the traditional classroom. Sometimes they are relatively more complex, like project-based learning or problem-based learning, whatever. You can, put them on a scale. But basically, you have to delegate the authority to learners. So that's what we came up in the end, and which we tested in different environments, including corporate structures. Here we have, excuse me, where is that? Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for the pointer. This one, yeah. Okay, so it is based on a learning outcome based. This is indeed a kind of planning tool, okay? The planning tool, which we use to design many different types of learning experiences. The setting is not important. It can be a company, a high school, undergraduate level, or graduate level. We have some learning outcomes based on, let's say, Bloom taxonomy. On the top, we have many different ways of delivery modes, which means sometimes some people prefer to learn by reading, some others rely on their, let's say, kinesthetic energy, they move, right? Some of them learn by, let's say, actually, touching, experimenting. Some just enjoy, listening to music and so on. And by theoretically, we have, lots of alternatives to deliver a learning content to our target audiences. So here we have the learning materials. And the thing is, we have a modular structure. So each of these learning materials and delivery modes are targeted at a specific learning outcome, depending on your accreditation system. It can be ABET, accreditations, or like URACE accreditation system, or others. It doesn't really matter, but basically it is learning outcome-based approach. Even if your audience is engineers, students, high school learners, etc. The idea is, because it is modular, because indeed, I mean, you can consider the whole structure as a course, let's say. This is one option. But indeed, we are trying to accumulate, the modules, because in the mid to long term, we want to exchange these modules amongst different departments and disciplines. We try to accumulate them. Why? Because we can easily combine different modules from different, let's say, disciplines to address a specific engineering problem, or let's say non-engineering problem. It doesn't really matter. As you see, that, and the most important part, when we use it with our students in our classes, students are the designers of these experiences. That's the most critical part. This is real active learning, because we delegate, we provide a space for them, so that they can fully exploit their creative potential. What does that mean? The role, our role has to change. And in practice, it works like that. I'm not an instructor anymore. I'm a mentor. I'm a coach. I deliver the content in any way, Why? Because the student asks several questions, and I have to respond to, my students' questions. They ask for advice, but the important thing is that the student, for example, has the authority to invite, for example, a guest speaker from the industry. The student has the authority to arrange a site visit to a production site, and so on. The student selects the reading, and we all know that, by experience, the best way of learning something is teaching, and they have a space to teach me, to teach their friends, and all other stakeholders. That's the most, let's say, in my view, the most powerful part of designing learning stations. But we work with engineers as well this way, not just students. Here I have a link, so we have prepared a guide for this. There are some examples from student works. I have, hundreds of these examples from different classes. This one is about, for example, I'm an architect, so metal facet cladding. That was a kind of group work. They had some, oops. I'll finish in a few minutes, don't worry. So, I will share this presentation so you can take a look at later. The previous example was from the Building Production Systems course. This one is, this one is from a PhD course, for example. So it's about statistical methods for our project management students. This one is from one of our, let's say, external stakeholders. This is, for example, they are actually a learning community in the conservation field, architectural conservation field. They are using this system to build, there are some, and according to Bloom taxonomy, the minimum level for the learning outcomes is learning by doing. So that's also very important. In each of these learning experiences, students learn by doing. They actually touch materials of all kinds, so such, let's say, so there are some feedbacks from our students, but they say, okay, for the first time in my career, I thought how to teach a subject. It has been a very educational and so on. So we have some statistical evidence. I don't want to get you bored, but we have some statistical evidence, some assessment after all these. Okay, so I can say that in the long run, finally, we imagine, I mean, from the perspective of ELISA, for example, how we were brainstorming on this, how we can use it for ELISA, for example, because the overall design of the system has a modular structure like this. That means we can easily, okay, design interdisciplinary learning experiences with many different people from with different stakeholders, let's say, not necessarily from within the industry, with companies, with other, let's say, partners from different ELISA countries. So, but at the end of the day, we try to achieve design a system, let's say, which includes some main core curriculum courses of different departments, and then we assume that in the long run, all students will be accumulating different types of learning experiences, which will be a portfolio of learning at the end. So that's the idea. So because the main thing is about managing knowledge in a very, let's say, structured way, in a modular way, I can say that the overall system is very much consistent with the basic principles of processes of knowledge management. So this is why I say this is more about arranging our knowledge and experience in higher education institutions. And finally, my observation is that this, because the thing is, externals, our partners from industry, also design these modules. They don't have to open a new course. But when you say, okay, when your offer is, okay, come and design a module for us for this experience, this is something more easy for many people, especially when supported with a human resources analytics system, especially when you have the capacity to access talents. So thank you very much for your attention. There is a guide here, so we will share it with all participants of the symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the speakers, and I would like to invite them on the stage back again, because we are preparing for our Q&A session. And well, if they presented us some very nice and interesting activating strategies for learning, I think now it's our turn to activate them with some questions. And I don't know if, well, Luca is with us. Luca, can you hear us? Okay, thank you.
Yes, Loredana, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for confirming. So if there are any questions, comments, remarks on the presentations we just heard, I think Javier has a question over there. The mic is coming, just a second.
Thank you so much. Yeah, my question is related to the first presentation, but actually it's a question for everyone. In the first presentation, one of the conclusions was that research-based learning should be based on a grounded, solid theory. And then there are other methodologies that have already a solid framework, such as problem-based learning or project-based learning. And then my question is, in your view, what are the key questions that research-based learning should explore or define to achieve a solid theoretical framework?
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, is a tough question to answer. I tried to do my best. Yes, actually, from my experience, the point is that what we experience also in the PhD, receiving people from different backgrounds, we need to build a common ground of knowledge. So that is our first aim. So building a solid background and try to bring all the students at the same level, because otherwise it will be difficult to you know, keep up with the research. And then main questions more or less are the ones that are actually based on the experimental method. So try to observe something, make some assumptions, and then verify that those assumptions are true, and so derive from laws. This is the typical part of the experimental research done by also Galileo Galilei in Italy. So our point is that with a solid background, it is possible to understand how you can go beyond what you already know. I don't know whether I answer your question, but that is what we have in mind.
Thank you, Luca, for answering the question. If there are any other questions or comments on reflections. I think we have another question over there.
Thank you. I would have one to the ENPC colleagues to the mobility presentation. Do you think there would be the possibility to also collaborate across borders with startups? So we have some startups that are very much into shared mobility, connectivity. Also, there's a startup working on parking sensors. Also, could be a provider of data. The first question would be, are you interested in collaborating with these kind of partners, and how to establish contact, especially across borders?
Thank you for the question. So what we have in mind for coming years is collaborating across borders, but with other university players to begin with. But on this particular project, but on other projects, we are collaborating with private partners and startups in France for other types of data collection efforts. And we could be definitely interested in exploring cooperations abroad or multi-country cooperation. That definitely, depending on the question asked. Yes, indeed, on principle, very much so. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer.
Ask something for clarification. Are you at ENPC, or is this laboratory at ENPC, or is it like an additional institute beside it?
I am at ENPC, and the lab is a shared lab between ENPC and another university, Université Gustave Eiffel. So people in the lab are either ENPC like me, or from another university.
Thank you, very, very interesting.
If there is any other question. Well, I do have a question, and perhaps Emrah and Elif could answer the question. Well, you were talking about engaging students into the learning process, and you're talking about active learning. Is there any particular strategy, methods, technique that you apply to engage and keep the students engaged throughout the learning process? Because when you apply the model of learning stations, it takes some time, and students may lose their motivation. Is that something that you do and it works, and it could be recommended to us?
We have some general observations, because we are working with engineers from different companies. We are working with undergraduate and graduate students and some other actors. So the main thing, especially in the first stage, I mean the initiation stage, is providing some guidance, because when they first, come up with a system like that, I'm not just talking about students. This is the case for academics as well. So it's a learning process for them in the first place. But once they get used to the system, once they realize that they have huge flexibility, right, to reveal their creativity and to, you know, to achieve some, you know, some higher order, let's say, stuff, they are really very much motivated. So, and this is one of the, you know, adult learning is basically, they are self-motivated individuals, and it has to be like that. But they just, of course, in the first initial stage, they need some guidance. And secondly, the whole system is based on regular feedback, but not as an instructor, as a mentor. That's the key point, because they ask several questions about the learning experience. For example, they have to get in touch with companies. At least it's, we have to manage time very efficiently, because when you invite, for example, someone from a company to the classroom, it requires a negotiation with the professor, because I have to arrange a slot for the guest, etc. So there is a continuous communication and between, let's say, the designer and the mentor. That's the key point. Otherwise, everyone is really very much, let's say, motivated to use his or her creativity, and we have to provide this space for all, let's say, or our students. They deserve that. Okay, because they already engage with externals. They already establish and sustain relationships with companies like our student project teams. So they already have this capacity. The problem is more, I'm afraid, about academics, not the students. They need more space for using their creative potential. That's the key point. So we can talk about lots of, let's say, methodologies or, let's say, pedagogies about active learning, but at the end of the day, we need tools like that. We need, and this is why we place that much emphasis on, learning stations in ITU. And next week, for example, we will have meetings with student project teams and student clubs, because we need their support for the dissemination of this system. Yeah? Okay, so I think that's it, Loredana. Thank you.
Thank you, Emrah, for answering my question. Maybe Elif would like to comment on that?
Yes, Emrah Hoca explained it very well. I think I agree with him. Maybe we can see the students as our research partners. So we are a team at the end, and then we can maybe easily give them that space. We can understand their interests as well. So the engagement is not one-sided, but from both sides we can contribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks everyone for their presentation. My question is to everyone. So I came to realization that even among physicists, for example, sometimes they don't understand each other because the discipline is too wide for one person to know everything. So whilst doing research, how can we know that we will understand this stuff? Because I haven't seen any proper taxonomization about this. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you for the question. Who would like to comment on that?
If I want to be sure that I understood you well, it is how do we make sure among researchers that we understand each other, that we're actually speaking of the same thing with the same words? Is that it?
It is mostly for undergraduate students like me. For example, let me give an example. They are using some kind of math in a paper, but I'm not qualified for that, and therefore I'm not understanding anything. and I can't find information about that because it's not classified. For example, you can search for biology papers or electrical engineering papers. They're classified in that way, but they didn't classify the mathematics or basic ideas. I don't know.
I think you're touching upon a very interesting topic in research, which is what do you find in papers and what do you find in books, and who produces papers and who produces books. And lately, I must say, in my field, I don't know if it's the case in any other fields, books have become less and less acknowledged for their contribution to science altogether, and in particular to the training of younger researchers, undergrad students and graduate students. This is caused, well, to the best of my knowledge, included by some evaluation processes that value more very specific papers than large books. But well, what I get from my field is that there currently is a lack of scientific publications that cover wide enough areas so that you would understand and you would be, as a student, able to look in a critical way at the different options, methods, models that are available to you for a particular research question before going into that particular method that is needed for your topic. Well, that's one comment from me, and I don't know if it's valid in other fields, really.
Thank you, Virginie, for answering the question. If there are any other questions. I'm going to check if our online audience has left some questions in the chat, but no, we have no questions. So thank you once again to our panelists for your presentations, for inspiring us, and I think you deserve a big applause.
Thank you very much.
Dear Laura, by the time you read this, it will be the year 2030. A year in which all people have equal opportunities, access to food, clean water and energy. We are all healthy and thousands of species on our planet are saved from extinction. That is what some grown-ups say. But today, almost 10 years apart, I wonder how we can accomplish that. My mom says there is a good chance to make it happen. If we all learn how to take the green path to a more sustainable way of living. If we embrace the know-how of experts, students, teachers, and society, and we connect it to real people's needs. If we mix disciplines, people, and ideas, we design technology and combine resources to solve challenges with love and creativity. If people go beyond borders to learn and work in cooperation with others, celebrating diversity and inclusiveness. My mom is a scientist and says
all these transformations have started, and I want to be part of it. That is why I will study to become an engineer in 2030. An EELISA engineer.
Herkese selam, ben Sema Nur Arpacı.
Ben de Asya Coşkun.
Okulumuzun EELISA EELISA konsorsiyumu projesiyle Avrupa Parlamentosu'na gitmek üzere havalimanına geldik. Uçağımız 2 saat içerisinde kalkıyor ama biz çoktan bütün valizlerimizi, bütün belgelerimizi halledip bekliyoruz.
2 gün sürecek bu etkinlikte parlamentoda European Student Assembly ile beraber Avrupa Birliği'nin birkaç politikasını tartışacağız. Bize şans dileyin.
Dear Laura, by the time you read this, it will be the year 2030. A year in which all people have equal opportunities, access to food, clean water and energy. We are all healthy and thousands of species on our planet are saved from extinction. That is what some grown-ups say. But today, almost 10 years apart, I wonder how we can accomplish that. My mom says there is a good chance to make it happen. If we all learn how to take the green path to a more sustainable way of living. If we embrace the know-how of experts, students, teachers, and society, and we connect it to real people's needs. If we mix disciplines, people, and ideas, we design technology and combine resources to solve challenges with love and creativity. If people go beyond borders to learn and work in cooperation with others, celebrating diversity and inclusiveness. My mom is a scientist and says
all these transformations have started, and I want to be part of it. That is why I will study to become an engineer in 2030. An EELISA engineer.
Herkese selam, ben Sema Nur Arpacı.
Ben de Asya Coşkun.
Okulumuzun EELISA EELISA konsorsiyumu projesiyle Avrupa Parlamentosu'na gitmek üzere havalimanına geldik. Uçağımız 2 saat içerisinde kalkıyor ama biz çoktan bütün valizlerimizi, bütün belgelerimizi halledip bekliyoruz.
2 gün sürecek bu etkinlikte parlamentoda European Student Assembly ile beraber Avrupa Birliği'nin birkaç politikasını tartışacağız. Bize şans dileyin.
Dear Laura, by the time you read this, it will be the year 2030. A year in which all people have equal opportunities, access to food, clean water and energy. We are all healthy and thousands of species on our planet are saved from extinction. That is what some grown-ups say. But today, almost 10 years apart, I wonder how we can accomplish that. My mom says there is a good chance to make it happen. If we all learn how to take the green path to a more sustainable way of living. If we embrace the know-how of experts, students, teachers, and society, and we connect it to real people's needs. If we mix disciplines, people, and ideas, we design technology and combine resources to solve challenges with love and creativity. If people go beyond borders to learn and work in cooperation with others, celebrating diversity and inclusiveness. My mom is a scientist and says
all these transformations have started, and I want to be part of it. That is why I will study to become an engineer in 2030. An EELISA engineer.
Herkese selam, ben Sema Nur Arpacı.
Ben de Asya Coşkun.
Okulumuzun yolda EELISA konsorsiyumu projesiyle Avrupa Parlamentosu'na gitmek üzere havalimanına geldik. Uçağımız 2 saat içerisinde kalkıyor ama biz çoktan bütün valizlerimizi, bütün belgelerimizi halledip bekliyoruz.
2 gün sürecek bu etkinlikte parlamentoda European Student Assembly ile beraber Avrupa Birliği'nin birkaç politikasını tartışacağız. Bize şans dileyin.
read this, it will be the year 2030. A year in which all people have equal opportunities, access to food, clean water and energy. We are all healthy and thousands of species on our planet are saved from extinction. That is what some grown-ups say. But today, almost 10 years apart, I wonder how we can accomplish that. My mom says there is a good chance to make it happen. If we all learn how to take the green path to a more sustainable way of living. If we embrace the know-how of experts, students, teachers, and society, and we connect it to real people's needs. If we mix disciplines, people, and ideas, we design technology and combine resources to solve challenges with love and creativity. If people go beyond borders to learn and work in cooperation with others, celebrating diversity and inclusiveness. My mom is a scientist and says,
all these transformations have started, and I want to be part of it. That is why I will study to become an engineer in 2030. An EELISA engineer.
So hello everyone for this final session of today. Thank you for coming here. This is a session on, oops, I have too many glasses, sorry. So the session is some good practices in the area of external collaboration for research-based learning. So this session is where we're also going to hear about industry collaboration examples. I will be moderating. I am Zeynep Erdem Bayazıt, Vice Director at ITU Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. So today we're going to make a presentation with Mehmet Demiray from Organic Kimya on our joint program, Let's Innomind. But before going into that program details, it's nice to understand why we're here. So today, university business collaboration has been a topic since 1980s perhaps, and ITU has been hosting many meetings around the idea. So it is a very old concept, but still it has still much work, it needs still a lot of work to do. In general, we could say university business collaboration is in the areas which we can categorize under 4 headings. The first one is education. It could be curriculum co-design, it could be mobility of students, it could be dual education or lifelong learning. The second category is the research category, where it is common to see joint funded research, also consultancy done by the academics. The third one is, perhaps in the recent years, we're hearing more examples in this category, valorization, which refers to commercialization, which includes both academic spin-offs and also what we call startups, most of the time student-led firms. And the fourth category is where we see this perhaps very rarely, but where we have industry representatives in the boards of universities, where industry also supports the universities through resources or grants. But overall, we can say that although UBC has been really in the discussion and in the discourse for a long time, if you look at Turkey and the Turkish data on UBC, we see that most of the collaboration is still at the, for education, I could say mobility. It's where internships are also included. There is executive education done towards
industry, which we're going to see one example today. In the research, the habit is really academics are pretty much involved in consultancy, so that's also very common. I think since 2010, there's an increase in especially student-led startups. The entrepreneurship ecosystem has been developing really fast. I think academic spin-offs is still a little behind. We still have more to do there. With regards to management, because of the Turkish higher education system, we see perhaps little move in this category. So, as the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center, we have been also trying to expand the borders of university, and we have tried to become a center where industry could easily come and collaborate. And in the recent years, we could say that there has been new forms of UBC activities that emerged. So I would call this UBC at the student level, undergraduate level, perhaps more towards research-related activities, which links to RBL Symposium today. And today, I would like to introduce our Let's Innomind program, where we use challenge-based learning as a tool. So the main methodology was trying to have a business collaborator who would bring in a real-life challenge for students, and where students team up and work on these challenges. So we are seeing more examples of this, and at the university we were the first kind of example, so that's why we'd like to share our experience with you today. So challenge-based learning is basically defined as using scientific knowledge in addressing problems in collaboration with actors of society. So it doesn't always have to be business, it could be profit or non-profit, but it's a new way of collaboration with universities. So, okay. So these are the partners in crime for this program. The name is Let's Innomind. We also are going to hear from our business collaborator, Organik Kimya, today. So let me talk. All right. So the question is, why do we collaborate? Right? So we need to understand the answer to this in order to further collaborate with business. So on our part, the university is, for us, it was a very easy decision, because as the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center, our mission has been trying to change the engineering education from lecture-based to more learning by doing. It is within the nature of entrepreneurship education, so that was an easy step for us. As a center, we are focused on developing skill sets, especially soft skill sets for our engineering students. So the focus is really on multidisciplinary teamwork, critical thinking, and problem solving. So these skill sets have become really very important for employability, and so that's where our focus is. And that was our kind of reason to collaborate. Now, I can happily say that this program has been a successful collaboration, and when we try to understand, the key to a successful collaboration, perhaps what we did right in the beginning was to come up with really a very clear definition of responsibilities. So here, our business partner, Organik Kimya, was responsible for bringing in the resources necessary to run the program. They brought the challenges, but more importantly, they created a dedicated team for this program, which was really very key on their part. They also brought in not only their key team members, but they brought in experts, so they brought their own knowledge into the program, and they were part of the resources was also for attracting students. They also brought in the rewards. So what we did, we managed the program, so we designed the program. I could say in the design process of the program, we also collaborated. So although we were responsible for designing the program, I could say that it was a co-creation. We tried to work on the challenges because the challenge of a challenge-based program is to come up with a really workable challenge for students to solve. So that's really where we as a center worked as a kind of translator in that sense. And we were also responsible for dissemination and selection of students. This is important because this was also the program where we opened up our program to all universities in Turkey. So we had about students' applications from 23 different universities. So we were very happy about this result. Again, so one of the key success factor was, as I said, was the really this clear definition of responsibilities. But more than that, when I reflected upon our learnings from this process, it was really, we had an open and continuous communication with our business partner, which was really key. And we kind of built trust. So in order for a collaboration to go successfully, you need to also, you're building relationship. And here, of course, building trust matters. I think we were able to do that. We kind of realized that we had similar mindset. This is very important. We have a common goal of really enhancing education and helping students with their skill sets. So I think we were also successful because of this trust relationship. But of course, we had our challenges. What were these? First of all, it was really not a problem attracting the students in the first place. So they were very eager in applying to the program. The challenge began later on when they realized that this wasn't just a weekend program, but it lasted like over 4 months. So the challenge is really creating, which we did, but keeping the motivation of the students. So our students and most engineering students, they have a lot of workload. So it's hard to really find a space in that academic load, which is understandable. And I'm not into this generational differences, but trying to make a long-term commitment rather than short-term commitment is also a challenge. So this is still something that we like to work on. The second challenge was communication. Of course, this happened during the pandemic. We thought we were experienced enough to do an online program because we got used to using the tools, both business and as higher education institutes. We are kind of more comfortable. But as you have seen here, we still have hiccups. And of course, communication becomes more complicated when you are in a remote situation. I myself, as an educator, I like to really see and talk to students in person, and I still think it creates a difference. So that was another challenge for us, keeping that communication lively and continuous. So maybe Mehmet Bey will tell you later, but organic kimya is, I don't have to translate it, organic chemistry is the name of the company. So when students heard that it's organic chemistry, it created that the technical part would be too hard. And of course, the students' perception of these challenges related with chemistry only created a barrier, so we're also going to work on that. Finally, which is something perhaps we're going to hear later, at the moment, we're at a stage where we're getting feedback from students who participated in the program. Some students were skeptical. I think this is also true for a general attitude on higher education institute, but students asked, what's in it for organic kimya? Why are they doing this? And as an educator, I had to explain that there are altruistic people in this world and there are altruistic organizations in this world. So this is also maybe could be considered under communication. We need to communicate really clearly why this collaboration is in place. Okay, so this is where I leave the stand to Mehmet Demiray from Organic Kimya. He's the R&D and Innovation Director at Organic Kimya, and he's going to talk about their perspective and the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and listening to us today. Well, why Organic Kimya? This is the clicker, right? Okay. Why? You know, we were surprised that the students were asking, you know, what's your problem? Why are you doing this? And of course, there was a little bit suspicion in their voice about that. But to be honest, we had two reasons. One, we were very much into sustainability, but sustainability not only on the ecological values, but also communicating with the society. So giving back to society is a part of the sustainability. So we said, okay, we would like to give something back to the society, the student community, mostly about the realities of the real world, the real challenges. So this is what we'd like to give back to the students. And another thing is that we would like to have an experience with this community, with this communication, because we felt like we're kind of out of touch with those people, the students and new generations who just want to understand, by communicating, and of course working on something that is meaningful. So from our perspective, experience is the main thing. So we just want to understand, what's going on. Okay, we were living in our, bubble, but what is going on in the, in the minds of the young people, the academia, etc. So we just, curious about it, and of course we just want to, also challenge them with the realities of the world. So the Let's InnoMind, let me break it down. We know InnoMind is a platform we use internally in Organic Kimya. It's an ideation platform which is attached to our innovation funnel. It is a brand new addition to our innovation process, and we have been using it for about a year or so. So that was the platform we used, InnoMind, and then when we opened the doors of this platform to outside, we called it Let's InnoMind. So now it became, kind of its own world in a way. And we just want to have the experience of crowd ideation. We have been doing internally, but we just want to do it externally as well. So that was kind of a use case for us. And we also want to experience, how we can collaborate external partners, like Zeynep Hanım mentioned. I think it's important for us because we just, if you want to go to a community, you need a partner to communicate because, okay, we understand what our deal is, but we have little understanding of the student community, especially now. So I think the university Genova was helping us a lot in this communication. And another thing is that, I always had this idea. Once you start, of course, you have plans and the targets, etc. But of course, when you're in the process, you realize there are some benefits to the business, especially to the people in Organic Kimya, because that's an experience for them too. And then they see the world a little bit differently when they are actually, in the process of the Let's InnoMind challenges. And of course, we would like to go from here to expand, and we just want to repeat this, first of all. We already agreed that will be a continuation to this program. And we would like to expand our participation, maybe geographically, not only in Turkey, but maybe we're just going to be external, very external, European-based maybe. And of course, maybe in the next stages, we would like to focus on wider community, not only students, but a general community. We shouldn't be defining that as every young people as students, so it could be a little bit bigger than that. And of course, in the end, we would like to bring it to the professional ideation to the professional. So, but that's a very, very end stage of our journey. And what really happening? We decided we had a yearly innovation festival in Organic Kimya called, of course, InnoFest. So we're very creative about coming up with the names. So that we said, okay, it could be a nice time for us to start the external ideation called Let's Mind, okay, at the onset of the InnoFest. And then we open up with the participation of the students. We have a lot of groups came in and joined us. And then we decided, okay, we would like to not only asking for their ideas, but also we would like to give them some tools and trainings. I think that was the part which was differentiating this. So we actually invested in it a lot. From our side, we had a lot of speakers. After hours, we gave special focused, I would say, talks to the students. It was all from the industry and from the academia, even from Milano Politecnico. They also contributed to that. So we gave a lot of talks to the students, and then Zeynep Hanım and the team that they're leading, they also give a lot of tools. They give the training and tools for them to come up, how they can, reinforce their ideas and, form a team and, make this journey much more, how can I say, manageable from their perspective, okay? And then obviously we had the final, after the 4 months, we had we had a couple of teams were just kind of better than the others, but every participation was great, by the way. But we have to, follow the process and end up with some finalists. And then finalists, we closed this year's Let's Mind around February. So. And those are some of the winning ideas, about communication. So we open up the sustainability, but it's a very wide topic. So some of the ideas came back as communication of sustainability, some of the technical ideas, etc. And we like all of them, and especially we like the way they think. They challenge us. That was a big learning for us as well. And then once this is, once we're done with the finals, we said, okay, we would like to continue the communication with the community. Winners, non-winners, doesn't matter. So we actually did a lot of follow-up discussions. We hold lunches, business lunches with them. We want to listen to them. We give them some opportunity to, even bring them into our company. And we have some interesting projects going on, and we asked them, okay, well, if you like to participate, you can participate because you can fit right in. And now that's actually the close of the Let's Mind. It's not the final, the finalist day who won but the collaboration that we have been extended today. And that's more or less it. Now this is kind of a pilot program for us because we had a lot of learnings. The idea is that to repeat and expand for the next year. Okay, thank you.
Let me get away from here.
Hello.
Can you hear me right now? May I start?
Tuğba Hanım, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so please, I have already introduced you. So we're going to listen to Tuğba Hanım and the Revago experience on hands-on learning experience. So you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to this session. I'm going to introduce you a small presentation about hands-on learning experience of the students in Revago. Since I'm not there, I want to put a small slide about myself. I'm holding a PhD degree from Istanbul Technical University. And also I used to work as a teaching and research assistant there. So it's my honor to be present here actually. Are you able to see my slides? I think it's okay. And currently, I have been working as an R&D specialist in Revago. Here you can see the agenda of my presentation. First, I will introduce Revago Global to ones maybe who don't know our companies, and then continue with Revago Petrokimya Turkey, where I work. And our R&D center is in Turkey, and I will mention about it a little bit. And then and also it's really important to have industry-university relationships. For this, we have some special programs, and I will mention about them as well. And at the right slide, you can see our first factory, which was founded in the Belgium. Revago history goes back to 1960s. As I mentioned before, it was founded in the Belgium. But from that, since today, it's continues to grow up. In 1988, Revago enters the Turkish market. And now it's one of the global market leaders in plastic, rubbers, and chemical distribution. And it's over 55 countries with dedicated employees and loyal customers and suppliers with a diverse product portfolio. Our product portfolio can be divided in 4 sections: rubbers, plastics, chemicals, and building materials. Actually, we are like the heart of the life. You can meet with our products in anywhere, from construction to the life science or in the automotive, etc. And regarding the global existence, as I mentioned before, it's like Revago is everywhere. These colors means different things, like green manufacturing facilities. One of them is two of them are in Turkey as well. And regarding Revago Petrokimya Turkey, we have 5 different business units. Our main primary product is polymers. I have been working in thermoplastic elastomers as R&D specialist, as I mentioned before. And our productions locations, 2 in Izmir and the 2 other one in the Tayset Kocaeli. And our R&D center is located in Tayset as well. And our end products find application in almost everywhere, from automotive or sports leisure activities as well. And Revago R&D center is unique. The only R&D center of Revago Global is in Turkey. Me and my other 30 full-time researchers work there, and more than half of them holding master and PhD degrees, and these numbers go up as well because some of my colleagues are still continuing with their studies. Regarding productions, I'm not gonna tell all the productions mentioned here, but as an example, I'm working for compounding of the polymers. For the compounding, we use this extrusion machine, and for the injection, for the analysis, the injection molding is used. Since our customers, most of my customers do their analysis on injection. And we have 7 different type of laboratory, from chemical structures or to determine mechanical properties of the polymer. We are capable of doing this. And regarding the words of our founder, Ralph Van Gogh, don't try to be the best, try to work with the best. As our target to work with the best, Van Gogh attaches importance to the development of its current and potential colleagues. For this, we are trying to make some collaboration with the industry and between the universities. And for this, one of the options is internship. We target third and fourth year undergrad students, and the selection will be based CV, and there are some English assessment or personality assessments as well. And then after that, online interview will be held by HNR and R&D managers of the related departments. And after COVID, like other companies, as a working model, we select hybrids. So students come to their own place, and some of the researches are being done online. And duration is minimum 2 months, but it can go up to 6 months, depending on the project. And we also have another option for undergrad thesis, and our target is fourth year students. Selection is again with the collaboration of the universities. It can be a project-based, but there are still some assessments and online interview. And our working model is same, like hybrid, and the duration can be changed between 3 and 6 months. And for both of the options, before starting doing their real job, students take an orientation courses. We teach them about safety regulations, organization, product portfolio overview, and R&D center tour. We take them around the R&D center. We introduce to our team. And also, since some students do not have any information about polymers, they take some courses about introduction of fundamentals of polymers to gain a general idea about what the polymer is and what are they capable of. And regarding research and development phase, students deal with a real-time problem. And as an example, my last trainee has a project related with sustainability, and a technical mentor is assigned to the students. And the project is usually small, since there's a time limitation. And we want to teach the students all the steps of research and development, actually. A problem statement is defined, and the students are supposed to make literature review. If he or she has any difficulties, the mentor of her help about this, show how to make a literature review, how to check a patent, or how to find an article. And then mentor and mentee design the researches. And after that, this part is kind of a theoretical part. And then after that, practical part started. We really want our students to present during the experiments. Due to, as you can see at the right side, you can see our extrusion. Due to safety regulations, they cannot use this machine, but we want them to be present and see all the process. And regarding analysis, most of the analysis can be conducted by them. So in other words, they research the design and do all the experiments and analysis with a practical approach as well. After that, after the analysis part, they are supposed to interpret the results. And I'm not showing here, but as you know, in a regular research and development phase, after interpreting results, maybe we can redesign research, and this part includes as well in their projects too. And if everything goes well, a reporting phase started. They're supposed to deliver a report, a technical report regarding about their projects, and also they have to make a presentation to the R&D team. And another program for the students is graduate thesis. It's open for master and PhD students. It's again project-based. We use our connection in the universities. And duration can be changed between 1 and 4 years. Typically for master students, it's like 1 year. And for PhD students, it's like, it can be up to 4 years. And actually their orientation is similar to mine. and similar to undergrad students with a one difference. Since they stay longer with us, graduate students, we want them to take some advanced courses about polymer science, which are provided by Ravoga Academy again. Research or development phase are similar, but since they are actually already graduated from their bachelor, at this time mentor takes some steps back. By this way, students find more opportunity, more space to make independent researches, and they can enhance project management skills. Of course, there are consultancy from both university and Ravogo, and I put some outcomes from this graduate programs. Here you can see two of our master students attended international conference of the Polymer Processing Society, and one of them was awarded as the winner, and the other one was awarded in the third place. And as a result of this master thesis, some articles were published in European Polymer journals. And as last words, actually Ravoga is like a second school for us. Even I learned something every day. And since students is sometimes missing practical approach, we hope that it's a great opportunity for Ravoga and the students to develop their selves in the technical way and the practical way as well. And that's all.
Thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to move on to the other presentations, and at the end, if you're here, we're going to have a small Q&A. I don't know how it works online, but we'll keep you posted. Thank you for the presentation. So our next presenter today is Kadir Ceren. He's a consultant in entrepreneurship and strategy, and today he's going to share his experience at Arçelik, a large white goods company of Turkey, and his experience in founding the Design Academy and Garage. So we're happy to host him here today.
Murphy. Okay. Hello everyone, thank you very much for this kind invitation. When I'm speaking at Istanbul Technical University, always a little bit nervous, but always feeling to home at the same time because I'm graduated from the mechanical engineering in 2000. This is my background. I have been working for over 20 years on research, product development, entrepreneurship in Fortune 500 companies globally. 3 years outside of Turkey, 1 year Germany, 1 year Europe out of Germany, and the rest 1 year in US and Far East. And also I am actively mentoring Istanbul Technical University, Yıldız Technical University, and a couple of other NGOs, and I'm very happy to be here. At the moment, I'm an independent consultant working with Etkin Project. Also, I am an e-mobility consultant and also working some project with the World Bank ERDB. Okay. Maybe technically some people can help me over there. Thank you. So I'm sure most of the people in this room have seen the Gartner cycle. Basically, for sure, there are some pushbacks, then you will improve, and basically the idea will be ready for the market. So when we look at that, we realized, we actually analyzed that in the following 5 to 10 years, there will be a big thing coming, the connectivity in 2018. So we decided how can we ready for that. So this is we understood that for sure not only the Gartner cycle it helped a lot, but for reading tons of reports, academic or that you can find internet, the consulting companies, we should be ready for a connected house, connected life, society 6.0. At that time it was not 6.0 for sure, maybe 5.0. We wanted to see some preparation for that. So being an ex-Arçelik employee, all the information you can see is publicly accessible. So there is no any company confidential information. It is a big company. I have been worked for them 2 times, and also I worked to the competitor Bosch Siemens company. So it's I should be very careful So it was just a trick to more concentration. So Arçelik is a really big company. I have been working there for 8 years. I had the opportunity to work 2 times. And actually we have the alumni meeting yesterday in Istanbul. So it was founded in 1955, have more than 12 brands and more than 40,000 employees worldwide. I'm sure the colleagues living in Turkey know very well it's one of the biggest and most innovative company in Turkey, for sure. And this information is more our colleagues who are not living in Turkey. Next page, please. Hello. Hola. Thank you. So it has got many R&D offices across Turkey and also some research centers in UK, in Taiwan at that time. And when you look at that, it is the highest patent application in Turkey. And when you look at the small, please, here, it shows the Horizon 2020 results. And when you look at that table, you will see that Arçelik is not the first successful company in terms of the grant taken. But when you look at the project numbers, I see the real value is the project numbers because, you know, dissemination and the real benefit of a doing project is when you look at not only taking the grant amounts, but how many projects do you work with and do you collaborate. So it is very important that it has got the highest number of project collaboration in Turkey. Next slide, please. And how could be possible? The story background, I will inform you about 3 major things. The Innovation Hub, Arçelik Garage. Actually, I was working for GE at that time, opening the GE Innovation Hub at that time. But for sure, the smart thing behind is not only one thing in Arçelik, it was a complicated thing. The things were connected to each other. When we are talking about the Garage Innovation Hub or Design Academy or the Tech Pro Academy, all the things, all the dots were connected to each other, and I see the real benefit over there. Because now I'm still in the industry for sure as a consultant, and when I see that the companies are working on some projects, but the real magic is connecting the dots. So, you know, there is a word saying, what you got, you here, won't got you there. Marshall Goldsmith, I love it. And the reason behind why, before Simon Sinek again, you should connect the information to each other. And you cannot go on how you come to here. You should make co-innovation, open innovation, co-working, integrate with the industry. And these were a big plan of that roadmap. So every year we were making a roadmap, and that roadmap, we were thinking of some concept projects. You will see 3 of them. And it became always from one idea. So I was on board reporting directly to CTO, and there was a word, you know, okay, Kadir, you have been working in Arçelik and you quit the company somehow to work in Ford Motor Company, Germany, which is acceptable for you. And then when you come back around the world, you have some experience, some other competitors also, for sure not touching the company-wide information. How can be more competitive? Okay, the story behind of that design academy was only just one sentence. No one told me we need a design academy. They told us, here, this is the budget. You can collaborate who you want, and please tell us what we need. Okay? So first of all, I think nowadays the companies here making or trying to make core R&D integrated with the academia, and for sure for other stakeholders. The main thing is start with the why. Why I'm doing this research? Do I want to be more competitive, or do I need to take some grants from Horizon Europe or something like that, or I'm just doing an Erasmus Plus or for fancy things? What is the motivation of my research? And research is, is a hard thing. I really respect some professors I see here in the front side and also back side, and I know they are very busy. And research takes time, and you need to, while you are teaching, you have a great pressure on you as a teaching hat, but on the other end, let's speak honestly, if you need to make these kind of research projects, I know these colleagues my professors are not sleeping long, let us say, in this world. So, Arçelik Garage, one of the let us say, contributors, and it was an open innovation hub, integrating with the academy also. So nobody knew Arçelik Garage, I'm sure most of you, let us say, until the pandemic, but it was very famous, when there is a pandemic and there is I'm still getting a little bit emotional here, because I know that the team didn't sleep for 72 hours. 72 hours, people are working one project, and you are racing with time because people are dying, It's something emotional. And this is the time you can show what you know from the university, from your know-how, from the engineering. You can put it on the product. So you use, even we call competitors, colleagues from Vestel, colleagues from Bosch. So there is no competition over there. So I believe this co-creation is something like that. When there is time, okay, you have some, for sure, each company has got some secrets, and each company has, at the end of the day, there is a budget, and you are green or red, and you are a bad person or a good person. Profit loss is a high impact, but for R&D and project management and this kind of educational things, there is a much, I would say, good collaboration. So for sure, being in agile and being in good background in Arçelik Garage, it was possible for sure working with Baykar and one startup. It was not only one-man show. It was a great integration with some startups and with other companies, officially and unofficially. There was a network, we had a WhatsApp group, and everyone talked, how can we support, not only for this project, but also the other projects. And one thing is, I would say, Arçelik Design Academy. It was a need because there is a word, probably the devil is always in details. So it doesn't work now a general curriculum. You need to have a specific curriculum. So in Arçelik Design Academy, we made a specific curriculum for Arçelik, specific curriculum for the CAD designers, and it was, you do not make a dishwasher by designing a block. You need to have your parts specific. So we work with some other consultant companies like Siemens or Fraunhofer Institute. It was a one-year project, and after that project we launched the Design Academy, and it is a comprehensive program, and every year you need to go certification exam. It is first I made how many people? I certified 250 engineers as a project leader. I was the program leader of the academy. So every year you need to go under this certification program, and if you have some grades, it also focuses your future in the company, your position, and for sure your salary, and also salary increase. So it is an integrated work which I want to mention about. As I mentioned, we work with the academy very well. We work with some consultants, and you will see there are specific booklets for this academy and updated every year. And they were all digitalized. So in the pandemic, we had a very good advantage of digital trainings because everyone was online at the home. We still had the opportunity, you know, to go on the curriculum, follow the curriculum. And one thing is more general one, Arçelik Tech Pro Academy, not only for research teams, but also the technological teams. It was designed by our HR team. Thanks to Melda, if she is listening on us, probably she will. There was a huge demand on the trainings, but these trainings were all online, moved to online, most of them. And all technological teams were taken. So not only the professional employees, the people who joined Arçelik as a project base or an, let us say, part-time, you can go in these trainings and you can score yourself and you can process, you can see how are you progressing, you know. And one of the other things was Atelier 4.0, is specifically for digital transformation. I'm not sure if you heard about World Economic Forum digital lighthouses. There are, at that time, 5. Then now, I think more than 15 in the world. Digital lighthouses are some factories that are perfect in digital transformation. And Arçelik has got 2 this kind of awards. One is in Romania, Ulimi. Arçelik has got 2 factories in Romania. One is Gaishti, the second one is the Ulimi. And Eskişehir plant, they are accepted as World Economic Forum Lighthouse. So this is very important. Think about that you are making these kind of investments, working with industry, working with, you know, paying huge amount of money to the training programs. But at the end of the day, the best part is you take it back. You take it by results. So it is important to be result driven here. And again, why you start? One of the other magic is, you know, there was an R&D advisory board of Arçelik every year across to Europe, also for sure Turkey. Some professor from US, Europe, and Far East come here, and the roadmap is strictly, you know, reviewed. What will be the following? What are the technology levels and what is going on? I put in just one photo. You can see over there. It is just a couple of days before. One takeoff from this slide is the success is not by luck. You need to connect the dots. You need to work on the industry, work with your competitors, work with the university, and the future is, you know, the open innovation and co-creation. And one of the hackathon, just I put it here. For sure, there are thousands of hackathons, thousands of programs in the world, but I will say one of the most quality done with the Financial Times. You will see networking over here, just one page. Also in the, as an Istanbul Technical University student, let us say, we decided to have how can we collaborate with the rest of the world during the pandemic? So we opened a student club, Istanbul E2UX. Then just online, without any physical meet, we had the club, and we had some trainings on YouTube, and some rise in Medium. You can Google it. And you know what? People from Europe just send us email, can you make us projects? You can't believe it. Most of the colleagues you see here as a co-founder, there are 4th grade and 3rd grade. They graduated last year, most of them, working some specific companies for sure. But we were able to make a group who joined online to support this initiative. We are locked into home, so how can we benefit from it? So, this fancy photo, I put it here. Why? there are two takeaways. Do you know any program who is made by people who doesn't know cooking, but it's a cooking program? Do you, on media, on YouTube or on TV, any program that is done by people who doesn't know to cook? Probably no. Because at the end of the program, you need to taste it. And if the food is not good, you know it's finished, done. But now people here in this room, in this university, and people watching on YouTube or who are teaching in technical area, we have the responsibility. You know what? Because these kind of fancy things like R&D, research, open innovation, NFT, metaverse, more of them are buzz. More of them are becoming buzz because the people who are not have the technical background are speaking about it. And it is not like the cooking program because you predict the future and if at the end of the cooking program, if the food is not tasty, you're done. But you can freely speak about it, and that makes us responsible. That makes us academy responsible. That makes us R&D teams responsible. So the people who are doing this should be more involved to populate this information, the right information. Because I'm sometimes going to on Zoom meetings or physical meetings as a talk, and sometimes people who are talking, they are not telling the real things, but I cannot stop them. So academy has got a new responsibility here, the change. So I hope this change happens soon. It's happening. I'm seeing this is one of the changing. Actually, I am very glad and honored to be here because we see the change here. So this initiative is very important. So I would like personally to thank that it's a real need. These kind of valuable communities from universities. For sure, people can learn themselves, they can teach themselves, and it's very acceptable. But the quality of the universities and the future role of the universities is changing, and I believe the ELISA is this change the world. And bonus track, I'm sure you will check the 2021 future trends. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this presentation. The organizing team is pushing me for the time limit, so we actually have 2 more speakers with 15 minutes each. I'm just worried that we're going to be more like Spanish and go to the dinner at 9-ish, but the plan was at 7, so let's not go there. Could we invite now Aybike Şeker from Aselsan? So she's the senior expert engineer at Aselsan, and she's going to talk about the graduate education program that they run with ITU. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aybike Şeker, and today I am here to present a model for research-based learning from industry perspective. So it's Aselsan Academy, a graduate education program fostering university-industry collaboration. At first, I'll tell a bit about Aselsan, then I'll introduce you Aselsan Academy with our supporting mechanisms, then I'll talk about our achievements and challenges during this journey. To start with Aselsan, it is an electronics company. Its mission is to provide high-valuated, innovative, and reliable products and solutions in the fields of electronic technologies and system integration. The company has almost 10,000 employees. Around 6,000 of them are engineers. 2,500 of them have master's degree, and around 300 have PhD degrees. So Aselsan's largest capital is its intellectual workforce and a high rate of employees in the company are enrolled in graduate programs while working, and they spend a significant amount of time to their courses and research. So as Aselsan, we have realized the research potential in graduate studies and the effect of purpose-driven research, and also the importance of on-site training. And we started a novel model on graduate education in 2017. So in this model, in this system, students choose their thesis topics aligned with their projects in Aselsan, and they choose graduate courses fostering their knowledge on their projects in the company. So now I'm going to introduce you the Aselsan Academy. Actually, the main goal of this program is to align the graduate research of employees with their projects in the company and support them through various mechanisms to get successful results and novel technology development. Our partners are 4 universities, 4 research universities: Gazi University, Gebze Technical University, Istanbul Technical University, and Middle East Technical University. Actually, now we are working with 4 engineering departments because the main activities of the company involves here. So electrical and electronics engineering, computer, mechanical engineering, materials and metallurgy engineering. So the main objective of the company is to enable a sustainable collaboration with partnering universities and support co-creation through various mechanisms. To talk about university-industry collaboration, as an industry, the Aselsan, we offer our technological needs as thesis topics, and at the university side, the academicians and our partners bring our needs and problems with their background and knowledge and research. And the students in this environment are the employees of the company with industry experience. And the facilities part, at 2 sites, both in the company and the university, we open our labs for research, and also the lectures are given in the company campus, and we share our labs with the academicians, with the universities, so they can work and use any facilities at the company. So with in this environment, we create an open innovation platform. So to run this system, we have some supporting mechanisms. So some of them are the technology roadmap, academic mentorship, technology mentorship, second supervisors from industry, and research support. The most important part is our technology roadmap. The company has a technology roadmap for ongoing and future projects. So the thesis topics are chosen according to this roadmap. The research of students becomes product-oriented, and the impact of their studies and thesis and the success rate are increased with aligning their study with the projects in the company. So this brings a significant technological development also. The other one, industry-based courses. There is a course pool in which all universities contribute. In addition to that, the PhD holder employees in the company can give industry-based courses, and these courses given by professionals from industry enlarge the impact of learning on site. the open innovation, I just mentioned about it. So the access to the laboratories and facilities at the university just helped to create this environment. So the second supervisor from industry. So we are trying to engage experienced employees of the company with the thesis studies. So when it's convenient, students are co-advised by employees in the company, and therefore the progress of research can be guided both by the university and the industry. About mentorship, we have different mentorship types both in the company and the Aselsan Academy. In the Aselsan Academy, we have different mentors, one specialized in the graduate education process and the other in the academic research. So they together maximize the impact and output of students' graduate education by guiding them in any difficulties at all stages. And also we have technology mentors who have more than 10 years experience in industry. Also they can assist the thesis and they can offer new topics for future thesis. And for sure some projects need some financial support, and there is a mechanism called Tohum project. So the student apply with his or her advisor to this support, and they can get financial support very quickly, and it is quite an easy application process it has when we compare it with the other funding programs at the university or from the other partners. When we come to our outcomes, so I can give some numbers before Aselsan Academy and after Aselsan Academy, but here I just want to tell that the academic studies by means of thesis, projects, application to patents and publications, papers, and even products are increased with Aselsan Academy model. Also, currently we have 800 students, more than 800 students, and 700 of them are doing their masters, and 94 are pursuing their PhD degrees. We have already over 100 graduates, and here the courses per semester. So it is increasing, and we are trying to open more courses which are related to the projects at the company and will help the students to enlarge their knowledge. So challenge. So we had a lot of challenge, and still we are having some of them. So I just give very little of them here. Aligning the partner universities under the same circumstances was a challenge because each university have their own procedure to follow, that students have to follow. The other one, the maintaining course variety in early years, because the student number is small, so the variety of courses are also small. I showed it was 25 at the beginning, so now we have over 100. I guess we overcome this challenge already. And the harmonizing academic research with company demands. This is actually the most important part of our model, because we are trying to align the research and the company needs. And for this now, we are just helping the students with mentorships, and we are organizing meetings within the company to determine our needs, and meetings with the academia to tell them what we need or how they can help us to learn and communicate with them. We are organizing meetings. We are making academic workshops. Also, when a student comes to decide his or her thesis subject, thesis topic, so we are trying to create a collaboration environment between the advisor of student, the team leader, and or manager at the company, so to find the exact topic that he or she should study or do research on. As a conclusion, we believe that we reach the effective and focused use of knowledge, the sustainable collaboration and innovation, and technological and economical development already. And as future targets, we want to enlarge our environment, industry, society, university fusion with multi-stakeholder international collaboration. Also, we will keep focus on employee and project-oriented approach with maybe a more flexible education model and multiple and modular information resources. So that was all for me. Thank you.
Thank you for this nice presentation. I think it's one of the early examples of joint graduate programs. So it was very nice to hear about that. So our final speaker today is Hande Kılıçaydınlı from Unilever. So she's going to talk about university to sector, what they do at Unilever with regards to UBC. Thank you.
Tamam. Tamam, çok teşekkür ederim.
Hello everyone, my name is Hande Kılıçaydınlı, and before we start I would like to thank you all for joining me to the very final session, and I try to be very energetic to make your mood up at this late session. I know we are all hungry, but I will try to keep it short. And before we start, I will give you a quick update about myself. We'll introduce myself, and then we will continue with the company overview. And then I will deep dive into what I'm doing in my current job. I feel like I'm excited right now, a little bit, when I feel all the audience together. And I graduated from the Istanbul Technical University in 2010 with a double major degree in chemical engineering and materials engineering. Then I completed my master's degree in engineering and technology management department. Right after graduation, I started working at Unilever and gained 11 years of experience in different sectors like FMCG, e-commerce, telecom. And I can say that my expertise area is mainly engaging the consumers through delivering innovative products and services. And my motto is to dream big, start small, but first start in my business life. And currently I'm working as data-driven marketing manager at Unilever. So apart from business life, I like sports very much, and I'm into it professionally, both sailing and spinning. Let's go through the company overview. In Unilever, we have 5 divisions. Those are beauty and well-being, personal care, home care, ice cream, and nutrition. Here we aim to be closely connected with both the clusters, local markets, and global. This helps us to deliver innovative projects more in a faster way, bigger innovations, and differentiated in the markets by understanding the consumer needs. And this makes us leverage our global scale. And so Our strategy is based on 3 beliefs. We build this through being purpose-led and also future-fit to grow our business and people and also the society. So these 3 beliefs are: brands with purpose grow, companies with purpose last, people with purpose thrive. So as you know, people are more concerned about the changes in the world, both health concerns, economical, and also the environmental challenges. So when we think of the impact of technology and the speed of change, we thought it's the best time to rewrite the business rules. So we want to be more purposeful, and we want to also become a future-fit company. We are always evolving our business. So with that vision, we set our vision to be the global leader in sustainable business in everywhere we operate. And our purpose is to make sustainable living commonplace, the world. So our core values are integrity, respect, responsibility, and pioneering. So at Unilever, all of our people have those same common values, and we work happily together. Those are make us to collaborate better in teams. So what they bring us, first of all, in terms of integrity, we try to do the right thing in every decision we make. Even every day we try to bring our best self at work. So people is one of the most important parameter in this equation. So we treat people with honesty, fairness, and trust is also our important core values. Why I mention those? Because I believe that in the teamwork, those are the most important essences. And at work, we celebrate the diversity of people. So as a chemical company, we are responsible for the environment and society, and we always, as people as well, have an aim to lead in the markets. So have a passion leading in the industry with the winning products. So how you can do those all together? Our unique products, brands make us who we are today and drive our purpose. It's also our core values: diversity, curiosity, and a shared vision together. So people with purpose, I believe they grow themselves through continuous learning and development. So at Unilever, we support all our people with several programs, starting from university stage at any seniority. And I can say that we have a variety of different early development programs that can talents find to turn academic information into real projects and can deliver experiences by day one. So our motto is to have a better business, better world, and a better you. So these programs consist of, first of all, I would like to mention Unilever Leadership Internship Program. I'll go deep dive in the upcoming slides. And the second part, it's the long-term internship program. We call it Gen Next. And the third one is Unilever Future Leaders Program, where you can start your career right after your graduation or up to 2 years of experience. So I joined Unilever in 2009 as a summer intern. It was project-based intern, and I had chance to lead a project by myself and turn what I've learned at the academy into a real project base. So we support those programs, and even when I started working as a full-time employee, on those times the program called Management Training Program, and my personal experience in that 2 or 2.5 years, I can say, is full of trainings that made me understand the whole business, from supply chain, demand planning, factory, quality, to product development and a great exposure to both global teams and local teams together. So that I met with the inspiring leaders there, which is also part of the mentorship programs or directly getting connect with them. So both on the job training, we support our talents, not only the early careers, but also the upcoming, at any stage of your career, those are open to you. And it depends on you, how you are passionate about the work that you are doing. So if you are a person knowing your purpose in life and bringing that to your job, then it makes life more meaningful. So I would like to mention that at Unilever we try to support our people with that essence. So I really find this important. And for the students, I want to share the details of the programs. This Unilever Leadership Internship Program, if you are a student, you can apply, if you're an undergraduate student at your third or fourth level, or a master's degree at your first grade, then you can apply to the program through an online, and you will receive a gamification, and then will complete a digital interview. It's a project-based, so it's 3 months summer period. I was part of it, so I highly recommend that. And this Gen Next is the long-term internship program. The roles, the vacancies are opened based on the company needs, so you need to follow those through the career websites. And again, the target audience is the same for students if you're interested, and you can apply online, and then we'll attend to a digital interview again. And Unilever features leader both in the Unilever Leadership Program and also this Gen Next program. And if you can have an international exposure with the flexible projects and also vacancies that you can try to take that leverage. So I really highly recommend that. In the Unilever Features Leader Program, you will have a 3-year-long process. It depends, it differs from department to department. Some of the departments make a year of rotation, some of them make more frequent rotations within the department. So it's again a great experience. So you can apply if you have up to maximum 2 years of experience. So if you become a Unilever member, then you will have also an access of different online tools that you can leverage your learning, and also got feedback from the leaders in the system through mentorship or directly coffee chats. So I will give you some details about what I'm currently doing, because I started my career at Unilever as a product development specialist first of all, and from my experience again, I know how to do the processing, etc., but I learned how to design an innovative product by learning the detergent chemistry and the production mechanisms, etc. And I shaped my career throughout this 11 years through the market trends. It was evolved through the digital marketing from product-based marketing. So today I'm working as a data-driven manager in the digital hub team. Let's review how the market has changed. So we're trying to become more feature fit, and we do that in Unilever, because when you look at how the marketing has evolved today, both Kadir Bey also mentioned through the different trends, consumers are more fragmented. Previously they are mass and they are more looking for the functional benefits. However, right now, both the rising of the online channels, they became more fragmented, so we need to understand them a more deep dive in different occasions, in different channels. And secondly, those channels are evolved from being multi-channel to omnichannel. So you need to be hyper-connected and have an understanding through data-driven marketing and integrated and end-to-end procedures, let's say. So from that perspective, we built digital hub organization in Unilever, and we became the first in the global. We had a rollout this to other markets. And very briefly, digital hub is Unilever's fully integrated digital acceleration engine that drives our brands to achieve the world-class digital marketing, communication, and commerce experience in the digital world. So when you look at the marketing trends, we have data-driven marketing, predictive marketing, agile marketing. We try to have those technologies through decentralized teams in agile marketing, contextual targeting, so that this is a need for our organization. Why I mention those? Because we are a company which is full of career opportunities and also research opportunities, collaboration with the university, with those trends, not only just our products, but also in the digital marketing technologies. And this is an agile organization working with, again, purposeful and with an entrepreneurial spirit. So we have category squads. At the beginning of my presentation, I shared with you the business units. So they are focused on those squads, and we also have a chapter organization in the matrix that the experts are working and be partner of those squads, and we bring agile approach to marketing. Additionally, we have Center of Excellence team who is focusing on the social engagement and consumer engagement, social listening. So our motto, I love this quotation, when it comes to advertising, if your advertising goes unnoticed, everything else is academic. So what we try to do, understand our consumers through data-driven marketing and try to personalize the assets, campaigns, personalize the campaigns and assets. So I hope you enjoy all of our session and what I shared. It is, again, really great to be here, and thank you for the invite.
So the organizing team granted us with perhaps 2 questions for each. So can we have the speakers here on the platform, please? Şimdi konuşuyorum. So please go ahead. Thank you. So do we have any questions from our audience for our speakers? There is one. Thank you.
Yes, I have a question regarding the Aselsan Academy. Do you have any ideas how does it impact the career path of your students?
Can I get it again? Sorry.
How does it impact the career of your students within the company?
Actually, our students need some support by means of academic research, and because the academicians comes to the Aselsan campus and they're not going to the universities, so they need also some support by means of administrative things. So the academics support the students by means of that. And we are doing regular meetings with students, and 2 or 3 times in every semester. And we are talking about their research and their relations with their advisor, and also their relations with the projects they are working in the company, and with their team leaders and managers. And we are just keeping up all the information. So I guess they are in this way, with the feedbacks, they are pleased with the process now.
But maybe I didn't formulate it right. What I was wondering is how does it change their career path and their progression within the company after they've finished their
okay. So
training.
There is I don't know, there are some performance points they are collecting by finishing their studies, master's and PhD. So they can go one level up in their career, and also they can join some other projects with after enlarging their knowledge, and they did some research. So yeah, they are getting that kind of benefits from it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions that in the audience? I have my question, if there are no one here. So we heard about the examples, and many of the examples are consultancy, student talent, and student mobility. So my question is to you, maybe we could brainstorm from each of you. How can we diversify these activities? What are the attraction points for business to diversify these UBC activities so that we can have other ways of collaboration based on experience? Any ideas? Who wants to start? That's a hard question, I know. This is a final exam question. Yes.
I believe we have the same motto, by the way. On my Instagram, LinkedIn, or WhatsApp, think big, but start small. Yeah. I think this is the important motto. Because being a mission-oriented people, you know, probably most of you read also Atomic Habits. There are 3 kinds of motivation. The target, the system, and the values. I believe if we go on the values and if we go on the reason, this diversity will be natural thing. And anyhow, it's not to be important to be perfect to start, but anyhow, we need to start. So I think it's a different mindset. 20 years before, I remember a young engineering student, and according to me, R&D was the most important thing in the world. But now I have a different idea. So collaboration, diversity, and becoming a team with accepting all kind of ideas and characters is much more important. And believe me, I really saw that 1 + 1 is much more bigger than 2. So we need to take advantage of this kind of integration.
I have some also points to add that. I think we need to communicate more to have those diverse experiences within the sector. So after graduation, we really focus on the business priorities and can follow the trends through web, through different suppliers or technology companies. So at the core of the thing is again the universities. So we need to step back and collaborate more to understand each other more. And again, I want to thank you reminding that starting small is important, but also delivering fast became also more important when we are talking about the concepts of agile in marketing as well, such as minimum viable products. You can make mistakes, you don't need to be perfect, but you have to deliver the innovation first in the market. So at that point, maybe to achieve that diversified both talent, projects, and different team members, including the university members, so we might need more agility there.
maybe fail fast also.
Our CEO doesn't like it, so it's a joke. But you know, we're talking about diversity, but for me, diversity is not an end result. You know, it's one of the inputs for how we can form a system, so that we help the system solve the problems. Used to be and still is. Sometimes some of the problems, some of the issues can be solved vertically, which is very easy because that you gain, time a lot. So you go and execute, no problem. But most of the time, you end up with the same bad results or the result that didn't solve the problem in the first place. So I guess, anytime we have a very tough problem, my job, I always think, is to find the right people and help them to work together. That includes now, through the open innovation, etc., that all the, the communities that is relevant to this problem, that I think. Sometimes I'm wrong who these people are, so that's why we just want to have the funnel as open as possible so that we include a lot of different and diverse people.
Thank you for the nice answers. Another question is, of course, with regards to each of our programs that we presented, maybe except the internship, there's always a problem of intellectual property rights. So Assassin, I think, tries to solve it by keeping them in the company. But of course, it's a challenge because you as a company is a very niche market defense industry where it's already, they don't have any other place to go probably. So what do you think about this? Because this we had discussed amongst ourselves, like in our challenge-based program. If there would be a IPR problem, it would be a tough situation. What is your take on that? Because I think that's kind of a challenge in this UBC relations. As I hear from Kadir Bey's presentation, Garage is also a very close community in a sense. So what are your opinions on this? Who wants to start?
Just few words. This is a big issue because anytime you talk about, open innovation, bringing different people to the, the core of the business, so that you start these discussions. There's always this problem of the information. What are you going to do about it? It is tough. I don't have a solution, but I'm very curious what the other people will say.
Actually, IP is very important, but also I believe it's a little bit overrated. Reason behind. I remember while I was working in Fiat, we had the program TÜBİTAK 2244, TÜBİTAK 2244, collaboration with the universities, and we were stuck in the IP subject, as every university, and commercial partnership. And I asked the university, they do not back up. I asked to our lawyers, they do not back up. And I asked, why are we fighting? How many patents did you had last year? 0. Come on. The main subject is how we look at the problems. We are sometimes fighting for the things that really is not a big deal to fight. I think we need to work how to collaborate. That is the point. Sometimes we are overrating. I'm not saying IP is not a light subject, it's very important, but I think each of us has a different mindset. The companies, the university, the individuals, we need to learn how to collaborate by heart, by brain. Thank you.
And I will take the word from where you finished, because while you're talking, a concept came to my mind. We need to shift our approach from ego to ecosystems. So when you are collaborating within the teams and within different partners, then each of the partners should have a right to that intellectual property. So at my company, those are managed at the global levels. So we might also have to talk about the copyrights in today's world. So I can say that we need to shift our minds from ego to eco.
Actually, for us, it's a defense company, so it's not so easy to share our knowledge. But with Aselsan Academy, the employees are doing their masters and PhDs, and outcomes of them, the public, the conference papers, the journal papers. So, in a way, we are sharing our knowledge without, maybe without our data, but the methods and their research are freely published. Just for sure, we have a check before publishing, but the method is open to everyone. So I guess, in a way, as a defense company, we solve this with research, doing research and as an outcome of the master's and PhD degrees and programs. I believe that this was quite the only option to tell what we are doing, what we are producing, or what we are developing as a technology. So I guess, we managed it in a way.
Although I might come up with newer questions, I'm worried that, yeah, maybe it's really, okay, yes, so I'm told to wrap it up. So I thank our speakers today. I think these were very valuable for research-based learning symposium. How to collaborate with external partners is also part of this symposium. So thank you for sharing your experiences and being with us. And thank you, our audience. And so you will be able to see this on YouTube as well. So thank you, everyone. I think it's time to go to dinner. So it's a wrap up.